Good morning, honorable members. I know that we are 2 minutes
Recording in progress.
from our time to start this meeting, but I see that almost all honorable members are here, including iPhone. I'm struggling with my video. It keeps cutting my head off somehow. We'll see how far that goes. But good morning and welcome to your meeting. I would like us to please take 1 moment of silence for prayer or meditation, please. Thank you so much, honorable members. As you know, we were supposed to be receiving a presentation of the petition by the older persons in Western Cape, I believe. And because the department and SASSA would have had to come and respond to that, and they had a request to come to go to the select committee in the NCOP, then they asked if they could then postpone our meeting because the NCOP request had come before ours, that gone to them before ours. So we accepted that, but since we have quite a few issues internally that we wanted to attend to, we felt that the meeting should still go ahead, especially the BRRR, that, as we know, we are in that season now. So that is why we decided to still go ahead with this meeting, because important issues of this committee still needed to be attended to. I will then ask Lindiwe to take us through the formalities, please.
Good morning, Chair, and members and my colleagues in attendance and any other stakeholder. Chair, I'll just share today's agenda for adoption by the committee. Can you hear, Chair? Can you see?
Yes, just a blank page for now.
Okay.
Yes, we can see the bottom of the agenda.
Okay, Chair. Today is the 29th of October, 2025. We have a formal meeting as prescribed by the NA rules at 9 o'clock via Zoom virtual platform, Chair. You have already welcomed members and everyone in attendance, Chair. I'll introduce the members that are here in the platform, Chair. We have you, Member Masango, as our chairperson. We have Member Abrahams, we have Member Munyai, we have Member Ramaila, we have Member Peters, we have Member Mchweni, we have Member Reverend Kwabaza, we have Member Mahato, and Member Maray, Chair. In terms of apologies, I haven't received any apologies. I'll record later if there are any apologies I've received during the meeting, Chair. And then we'll adopt the agenda afterwards, Chair, and apologies. And then we'll proceed to receive a report, a presentation of the report on the BRRR from our content advisor, Uyoli Kanye. And then, Chair, will deliberate and also adopt the first term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2025-2026 financial year. That's a DSD report, Chair. And then we'll consider to adopt 6 sets of minutes the minutes of 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 17th of September, and the 8th and 9th of October, Chair. And then we'll proceed to consider a table, an invitation received from CDA, inviting members to attend the 4th Biennial Summit of Substance Use and Illicit Trafficking. This summit is scheduled to take place in Bedford, in Johannesburg. I'll just give the update, Chair, and then you will have the closing remarks from 5 to 11 to 11 o'clock. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindiwe. Members, as I said, I'm struggling with my my video. It keeps going up and cutting my face. And I hope that you can understand that I don't normally do that, but I would like to keep my video off for today until I get assistance, because I think it has to do with the settings that I have unknowingly done on my laptop. Okay, now that we have a meeting, an agenda that has been outlined for us, I would like the adoption of the agenda, please. From any honorable member.
The chairperson.
Honorable Ramaila.
Good morning, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thanks, Honorable Ramaila. Any seconder of this agenda?
Chairperson, Honorable Makhato.
Oh, yes, Honorable Makhato. Go ahead.
I'm hereby seconding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makhato. So now that we have an agenda that has been adopted, accordingly, I think we should start with our work. I also welcome our support. I didn't mention them in the beginning. Our support, the committee support that is in the names of Lindiwe, Yoli, Tandi, and I call him Mr. Bulawa, who are always here and ensuring that our work goes ahead without any delays. So now we will have Yoli presenting the BRRR report for us to consider and adopt. Go ahead, Yoli.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and to my colleagues. Chairperson, I don't want to just assume that we proceed as we normally do. If committee agrees, then we can do that. Just to say that I've just prepared a page or two that I just extracted what I think I need to present to the committee. And also, Chair, just to remind the members that this report was forwarded to almost a week ago for the input from the members, but I didn't get any inputs. So what I've presented is what I had just drafted without the inputs from the members. Okay, Chair, I'm just going to share now this, what I've just extracted from the report as per the normal way that we do it. I thought I should first start from the observation. Oh, before I proceed, is that accepted, Chairperson? If I just go to the observations, deliberations, and recommendations. Sorry, I just went ahead now.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, Chair. Thank you. Okay, Chair. I felt that maybe I should start with the observations that the committee made on the presentation from the Auditor General. So the first one was on the audit environment of the social development portfolio, that is SASSA, DSD, and the NDA. So the committee wanted to know how would AXA characterize the stability of the social development portfolio. It also wanted to know AXA's view of what measures can be taken by SASSA to recover the material irregularities on closed cases. Can the directors of companies be blacklisted? The response from SASSA, from the AG, was that SASSA can recover the funds that are in the bank accounts of CPS, but there are other creditors that also need to be paid. The funds then they may be insufficient to cover what is owed to SASSA. Regarding recovering the funds from the implicated officials, the challenge is that some of these officials had already resigned from SASSA when AG raised the expenditure as a material irregularity. SASSA had only reported the expenditure as irregular expenditure at the time. SASSA may pursue civil proceedings against implicated officials after the liquidation process has been completed. The next one observation was related to social grants payments. The committee wanted to know how much of the 1.6 million paid to invalid ID was paid to deceased beneficiaries. This was not really responded to. The next one was on the Public Finance Management Act. The committee noted with concern the irregular expenditure DSD and SASSA incurred due to uncompetitive bidding processes and unjustifiable deviations. It wanted clarity on the exact provisions of the PFMA regarding the three-cost system. AG explained that the PFMA regulations stipulate that departments must obtain 3 quotations. There are processes of deviations if there's only 1 quotation received. Its audit findings related to the tendency of officials of just proceeding with 1 quote when the bidding process was not responsive and only 1 quote was obtained. Then with regard to the insourcing of the NDA, because of the continuous leadership and performance challenges at the NDA, the committee wanted to know if it is possible for the NDA services to be insourced into the DSD as a directorate. AXA explained that it is not in a position to make a recommendation that NDA can be insourced to DSD. It is important for the committee to note that the NDA was established through the Act of Parliament, which is the National Development Agency Act number 108 of 1998. Therefore, any changes to its existence will have to be done by amending the legislation. And then with regard to the target to reach children under the age of 1, the committee noted AG's concern that SASSA's target to reach these children was not achieved. It has been equally concerned about it, and particularly now that the target has been increased to 2 years for the current medium term. The model is to register children after birth at healthcare. The model to register children after birth at healthcare facilities should be implemented in all healthcare facilities. Regarding the National Treasury verification conditions, the committee wanted to know if AXA is aware of the National Treasury conditions and the impact they've had in the disbursement of social grants. Then AXA explained that National Treasury conditions are similar to its recommendations on income verification through banks. SASSA's system needs to be sophisticated because of the multi-billion rands that it deals with. It can also partner with the South African Revenue Services to adopt its verification system. And with regard to the NDA funding model, the Auditor General's findings on the 80-20 split funding model of the NDA has also been a serious concern of the committee. The committee expressed serious concern of AXA's finding on the payment of performance bonuses without the approval of the board. This constitutes fraud. This is what I managed to capture, Chairperson, on this one. I would appreciate, I don't know, maybe I should get inputs, or should I just go through the whole presentation, Chair, and then get inputs thereafter? Maybe members are noting. I'm not sure how to proceed from there.
Yeah, please proceed. We'll note
Okay.
the comments and questions and inputs, and we'll take them at the end. Go ahead.
Right. Thanks. Okay, Chair. Then when it comes to the actual reports of DSD and the entities, Then this section on section 12 of the BRRR, it deals with the committee observations and deliberations on the annual performance that was reported to the committee. Starting with the DSD, at a qualified audit outcome, the committee expressed a serious concern that the audit outcome of the department regressed to qualified audit due to financial misstatements on transfers to SASSA for social grants payments. Then this chair, if I can explain, then after the presentation, because the CFO, she presented the response I'm going to give below here. Then I requested her and afterwards to just send me in a written format. So she forwarded to me then after the meeting. So hence it is now here in this report. But this was what was presented to the committee when she responded. Okay, the department provided a report on the reasons of AG's findings and remedial action taken by SASSA. Regarding the first one, posthumous payments, grants were dispersed to deceased beneficiaries due to delays in life status verification. This challenge remains as SASSA is dependent on the reporting of deaths to the Department of Home Affairs. SASSA has reached an agreement with all the banks to enable a back recall mechanism, which will enable it to recover funds directly from the bank once it becomes aware of an overpayment as a result of the beneficiary dying. This should ease the burden on debt collection for late death reports. However, there's still a risk of small number of deaths that are not reported at all. SASSA is also conducting reviews on the very elderly to confirm life status. The reason number 2, discrepancy between SASSA's beneficiary records management system and SOCPEN. At the time of the audit, a discrepancy of approximately 73,000 files was found between SOCPEN administration system and the beneficiary records management systems. This does not imply that there are ghost beneficiaries, as reported in the media, but mainly due to an integration challenge between the various records management systems. However, at the time of the audit, this could not be resolved, and the Auditor General had to issue an unqualified opinion. Subsequently, SASSA was able to narrow the list down to approximately 32,500 files not identified due to an error used with the integration tool. The records did not match because the system used to compare the data between the systems had a scripting error. Approximately 13,500 files were still sitting in local offices and not yet captured on the records management system. And approximately 11,500 files are being investigated for fraud. About 7,000 files relate to the Johannesburg office, where staff were recently arrested for fraudulent activity. And approximately 12,500 notices were sent out to beneficiaries who are not suspected of fraud, but their record may have been lost. These records need to be reconstructed. The third one, the possible payments to ineligible beneficiaries. The AXA identified possible overpayments found to directors registered with the Company and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC, whose companies have done business with the state, pensioners receiving a pension from GEPF, and government employees. SASSA has commenced an extensive reviews of focusing on both government and non-government applicants. Approximately 200,000 applications have been completed to date, and another 300,000 has been scheduled for the remainder of the financial year. While not part of the audit qualification, the AG has also raised a matter of emphasis around grants being paid to beneficiaries outside of the country. SASSA has explored ways of tracking beneficiaries' movements in and out of the country with the Border Management Authority, BMA, and the Department of Home Affairs, and is currently in the process of concluding an agreement with BMA. Number 4, governance issues relating to the integrated justice system. During the audit of the period under review, AXA noted that DSD-IJS project governance committee was not operational to oversee and direct implementation of the DSD-IJS project, contributing to the IJS hub value chain. The department has since appointed the IJS steering committee as part of its preventative measures of avoiding repeat findings. This committee will provide oversight over the IJS projects as part of governance framework. So that's the end of the response to the question that was raised above. The next one that deliberation that the committee focused on was on performance targets. The committee wanted to know where the department reported the original targets. The committee also reiterated its concern on the increase of the target to reach excluded children to 2 years, when the target to reach children under 2 remained unmet during the previous administration. It seems increasing the target to 2 years was done to ensure that SASSA achieves the target, not necessarily about making sure that social grants reach children who are in dire need of these grants. The committee also wanted to know why many extended public works program jobs were created are not sustainable. The committee should be provided with a full report that reflects the total number of the actual jobs that were created, their duration, and remuneration. The department explained that these targets were reported in the annual report as an annexure. The annual report also provides reasons for their removal from the retabled APP. The presentation only focused on reporting on the retabled APP. The targets on orphans and vulnerable children was removed because the program was funded by USAID. USAID financial year runs from October to September, which only coincides with the 3rd and 4th quarter of South African financial calendar. This meant that these targets would only be set for only these 2 quarters. It was then decided that the target be removed from the APP, even though work is done by DSD. A detailed report on EPWP will be forwarded to the committee. The challenge across the public employment program is transitioning people out of the program to economic opportunities because the economy is not creating jobs in the private sector. There's also a need for clear definition of roles of various departments and provincial departments in creating employment opportunities. There is a need for a target that reflects the mandate and the role of DSD within the overall program target of the social cluster sector. There was a decision taken to include training component into the program, but that increased the cost of the program. It, however, resulted in more people being absorbed in the private sector. The objective of the program is not to provide long-term jobs, but to expose beneficiaries to economic opportunities. The jobs are created for a 24 months period. This is one of the reasons DSD is developing a policy of linking beneficiaries to economic opportunities, which also target EPWP beneficiaries. Environments, the committee wanted to know the reasons behind the shift of 25 million from Program 3 to Program 1 and 5. The department reported that the environments were approved from Program 3 because of 3 policies that were not achieved. There was also no progress made in the establishment of the inspectorate. All these targets were funded. The environments were done to cover payments of retirement benefits of the previous minister and deputy minister and misalignment in DSD's budget. Program 3 has started filling vacancies in the 2025-2026 financial year, and so environments will not happen again. Underspending in social assistance program. The committee noted that the department did not provide reasons for underspending in the old age grant. There's been a call from seniors that the grant needs be increased. It also noted with concern the underspending in the child support grant, even though the target to reach children under 1 continues to be unmet. On the older persons abuse register, the committee wanted to know how does DSD ensure that this register is implemented at police stations. The department reported that it found that people were not aware of the register and how to report older person abuse. Also, SAPS was not properly implementing the register. Hence, it set a target to conduct capacitating provincial departments on the implementation of the register. It was also in the process of drafting a memorandum of understanding for all implementing governments to ensure that they report on the implementation of the register. On GBV, the committee wanted to know if DSD ever made an analysis of the prevalence of GBV at institutions of higher learning. Has it also conducted education programs on the GBV Command Center? It welcomed the appointment of Vodacom and the impact it has had in the reporting of GBV cases. The department reported that it partnered with Government Communication and Information System to popularize the command center, especially in rural areas. GIS will be requested to provide a statistical report. Institutions of higher learning were identified as high-risk areas. There has been progress made through capacity building programs. On mental health, the committee noted with concern that there is no focus on mental health, even though it is a serious problem in the country. Affected people end up applying for a disability grant. The department explained that the Department of Health is a leading department and it is developing a strategy on mental health together with all relevant departments. On HIV and AIDS, the committee wanted to know how did the withdrawal of the AS8 impact DSD programs. The department reported that the withdrawal impacted DSD programs, but it managed to negotiate for a 2-year extension that will run from 2025 to 2027. As a result, 19 officials allocated to this program were sustained. With regard to internal audit committee, the committee wanted to know if DSD's internal audit committee was still operating at 50%. Was it part of the reason that AG found that checks and balances were not done on the transfers to SASSA for social grants payment? The department explained that over the recent years, it has been in a downward trend of not filling vacant posts because of National Treasury putting a ceiling on compensation of employees' budget. It subsequently managed to receive additional budget from National Treasury. With this budget, it filled 14 director posts in the Internal Audit Committee. It also redeployed 1 chief director to conduct oversight over SASSA social grants payments. Okay, proceeding to the annual report of SASSA. Regarding the AG findings, the committee wanted to know how SASSA was going to address the findings on irregular expenditure. SASSA reported that irregular expenditure of 15 million indicated that preventative measures are working, but there were contractual obligations.
Sorry,
Yes, Chair.
sorry, Yoli, I think it's 1.5 million. Is it not? Not 15.
Did I say 15? Yes, it is 1.5. Sorry, Chair. Thanks for that, because it's on record. SASSA reported that irregular expenditure of 1.5 million indicated that preventative measures are working, but there are contractual obligations that emanated from 2024 financial year that AG was not happy about. It submitted.
Sorry, Yoli, it's 2014. Unless it's 2024.
No, I'm reading wrong right in front of me. 2014. Yes, that emanated from 2014 financial year that AXA was not happy about. It submitted commitment to AG. It was waiting for the feedback. It also appointed an independent assessor to assess the risks tenders, for example, security and cleaning tenders. The 1.5 million was incurred through a cleaning contract it has. A SASSA official allowed cleaning of area outside the area that was not supposed to be cleaned without an approval. This was picked up when an invoice was submitted. With regard to Postbank and SASSA MSA, the committee wanted to know if SASSA has changed its decision to terminate the MSA. The minister explained that the department was advised to look at the intergovernmental relations intervention through an interministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, which would then advise the president. The termination of the MSA was then extended to end December 2025 to allow for the process to unfold. SASSA has not changed its decision to terminate the MSA. Postbank proceeded despite this advice and approached the Constitutional Court. It is unprecedented for organs of government to take each other to court. SASSA Chief Financial Officer and Acting Chief Executive Officer were tasked to present a plan on how the saved funds would be utilized. There will be no tender process that is going to be pursued. Okay, filling of regional executive manager posts. The committee also wanted to know when the REM of Mpumalanga would be filled. SASSA reported that it hoped that by January 2026, the post would have been filled. On SOCPEN replacement, the committee wanted to know if SASSA had considered consulting with government entities such as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR in short, for the replacement of SOCPEN instead of professional bodies that could be expensive. This is in line with AXA's recommendation that SASSA partners with South African Revenue Service to strengthen its administrative system. Were the internal auditors given an opportunity to consult before going to expensive consultants? SASSA explained that it first considered consulting CSIR, but it was advised that the process should be an open bid process. It would be a conflict of interest for internal audit to be involved in the replacement process and also audit it. The committee noted the reporting regarding the SRD. The committee noted that reporting on the SRD grants in payments did not reflect on the number of applications pending, approved, and not paid. SASSA explained that all indicators in the APP have an annexure on technical description. AG had recommended that reporting should only be on processed and approved applications. Regarding the SASSA call center, the committee wondered if SASSA was not underutilizing call center agents because they only receive inquiries and pass them on to SASSA officials. SASSA explained that giving access rights to call center agents to beneficiary files, for example, change bank account details of beneficiaries would create a risk of fraud. Regarding Quad 7 beneficiaries, the committee wanted to know what was SASSA doing to address the findings of AG on Quad 7 beneficiaries. SASSA reported that all Quad 7 payments were suspended and put on review since May 2025. With the implementation of the biometric, AXA's findings will be addressed. AXA. Internal audit, internal fraud detection. What is SASSA doing to detect fraud by officials? Does it conduct lifestyle audits? Is it making any inroads in fighting fraud and corruption? Is it working with law enforcement agencies? SASSA responded that all officials are required to submit financial disclosure forms. It has started the process of developing a lifestyle audit policy. There were 22 officials who were implicated of fraud, 6 were dismissed and 11 were suspended. There were 22 criminal cases that were opened against moneylenders. Working with SABS and National Credit Bureau and law enforcement agencies, SASSA was able to arrest and open 23 criminal cases against moneylenders who were found in possession of SASSA beneficiaries' cards through sting operations. Two suspects were arrested for attempting to bribe an official with 36,000 to fraudulently process old age grants without beneficiaries. In Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape, sting operations resulted in the arrest of moneylenders. In Gauteng, a fraud card syndicate working with 8 officials were arrested in possession of bank cards and including SASSA gold cards. The first 4 suspects were arrested in February 2025. They will appear in court on 1 and 2, or they appeared, what they will. In court on 1-2 April 2025. In Northwest, a bribery case was opened against 1 official for soliciting a bribe, and the suspect was released on bail. In Eastern Cape, 3 officials were arrested for allegedly processing fraudulent grants. The matter has been provisionally withdrawn from the court. Both internal and criminal investigations are ongoing. With regard to National Development Agency report, the first area of deliberation from the committee was on the appointment of board, CEO, and the CEO. The committee wanted update on the recruitment of the NDA board, CFO, and the CEO. The NDA reported that by the end of 2025, the recruitment of the board would have been finalized. The recruitment process was underway. The appointment of the CEO and the CFO will commence before the end of October 2025. It had capacity challenges, hence it approached DSD for secondment in the CEO position. The minister reported that a panel comprising of government and experienced representatives of civil society organizations, including NETLEC, was to begin the recruitment and selection for the new board of the NDA for the next 3 years. Once completed, the names of the recommended candidates will be tabled to Cabinet for approval. Regarding the strategic alignment of the revised APP and the evidence of policy work, the committee wanted to know what evidence was available to demonstrate that policy briefs influenced policy and program development. The NDA reported that the research outputs influence its strategic planning process. Sustainability of CSOs. The committee wanted to know what evidence was available to demonstrate NDA's achievements of its mission and vision to move people out of poverty and unemployment. Where can this evidence be found? It is important for the agency's annual report to indicate what the level of poverty was at the beginning of the financial year and where it was at the end of the financial year. It should also indicate how many SASSA beneficiaries benefited from the NDA programs. The committee expressed a concern that the 1,000 CSOs capacitated with skills to implement poverty eradication interventions does not necessarily translate to job creation, community development, and eradication of poverty. The few projects funded by the NDA do not have significant impact in reducing the high levels of poverty in the country. It wanted to know the measurable outcomes that were achieved through Program 2 outputs. What exit strategies does NDA have for the supported CSOs and community enterprises? And how many have been linked to pathways mechanisms? The NDA reported that it continues to grapple with ensuring sustainability of CSOs. In some instances, it provides financial interventions. For example, it paid salaries for about 6 months to ECD practitioners. With the limited resources it has, these are the only interventions it can implement. These interventions may seem minimal, but they make a big difference. The NDA has a critical mandate, but it is a least funded agency. Its funders are mostly government departments. Through the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, it is working with international agencies. It also provides capacity building to the funded CSOs through its partnership with some CETAs to ensure that CSOs receive accredited training. The measurable outcomes from the funded CSOs is reflected in the 560 funded CSOs that created 1,500 employment opportunities. A report will be forwarded to the committee with a demographic breakdown of beneficiaries. It also partnered with the fishing industry in the coastal areas in the Eastern Cape, as well as the Department of Fisheries. It identified 22 wards in the country that have high levels of poverty. The list will also be forwarded to the committee. There is a move for joint strategic planning between the NDA and SASSA. The NDA has access to information on beneficiaries and what kind of training and capacitation they need. With regard to bonuses, the committee wanted to know the reasons performance bonuses
Sorry. Is it Chair?
Yes, Honorable Reverend.
Is it SETA or SETA? SETA or
The
SETA?
one that are in partnership with that are training CSOs.
Yes, I know that SETA is the Information Technology Agency, and SETA is SETA, SETA, like AgriSETA. I'm not too sure.
I think
Which-
it's setters in your case. Is it Yoli? Is it? Please answer the honorable.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think the honorable was right because
Okay.
the seat, but I can verify, Chair. Let me, because it's
Okay.
not in my area of knowledge.
Thank
let
you.
me just highlight it
Okay.
because this is what's
Honorable.
supposed to be, training.
I think it's setters, but please just verify and correct it. Thank you, Honorable.
Yes. Thank you for this. I'll do that with my colleague who's in the sector. Where was I? Okay. The committee wanted to know the reasons performance bonuses, which resulted in 700,000 material irregularity, were paid without the approval of the board. Which officials were paid? It found it unacceptable that bonuses were paid without approval. There must be consequence management and recuperation of the money. This was a criminal act. It was concerning that bonuses were paid, but people on the ground do not feel from the impact of the NDA, do not feel the impact of the NDA. The NDA reported that it has a performance management policy. This policy specifies that employees who exceeded their performance target qualify for performance bonuses. The policy further specifies that the board should consider if these employees can receive performance bonuses and if the organization can afford to pay them. During the year under review, the agency did not afford the payment of performance bonuses, and the board did not approve the payment. However, the NDA used the policy's provision for payment of tokens of appreciation at a lesser percentage than the performance bonuses and paid the officials. The committee expressed a serious concern about the above explanation. It found it unacceptable that the NDA has a performance policy that allows for payment of bonuses or tokens of appreciation without a board approval. It called for the board to urgently review this policy. It also requested the NDA to submit a report that gives details on the positions that were assigned to the bonuses, the percentages applied, current salary, and how much of performance targets were achieved. With regard to the retained CARA fund, the committee expressed a serious concern that 15 million of CARA funds was returned to the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. This did not reflect well to the NDA, especially that its mandate is to be a conduit of government funds towards poverty eradication and employment creation. This confirms prior assertion that the NDA does not have all the expertise to implement the GBV programs. NGOs and DSD provincial departments are better placed to implement these programs because they have the necessary expertise. This is a serious letdown to the victims of GBVF. The NDA explained that National Treasury regulations require unspent committed funds to be returned at the end of the financial year. The CARA Fund project had a specific time frame. The NDA managed to partner with 312 CSOs, but some of them did not meet their contractual obligations by the end of the financial year. The NDA had to withdraw the unspent fund and pay them back. Its application to National Treasury to retain the funds, the unspent funds, was not approved. And then lack of consequence management. The committee expressed a serious concern over AG's findings on lack of consequence management for 25 cases of irregular expenditure that were not investigated. On donor funding, the committee wanted to know how much the NDA was funded through donor funding and a list of donors. The NDA reported that it received funding of 64 million from funders. It also received additional 10 million, but its reporting period fell outside the 2024-2025 reporting period. It will submit a detailed report to the committee. Filling of vacancies. The committee wanted to know the reasons for not filling vacancies. The NDA reported that the vacancies have not been filled because the process of reviewing the organizational structure has not been completed. The last part, Chair, is on the recommendations from the committee, starting with the DSD. The minister must ensure that within 6 months of 2026-2027 financial year, the department addresses the Auditor General's findings that resulted in it receiving a qualified audit outcome. Most importantly, the department should develop a comprehensive oversight mechanism or mechanisms that would monitor the transfer and payment of social grants by SASSA to eliminate cases of fraud and misappropriation of funds. The minister must make sure that the department, before the end of 2025-26 financial year, develops an effective and reliable performance or target achievement monitoring and reporting framework for the entire social development portfolio to eliminate audit findings on achievement of targets not supported by reliable evidence. The minister must also ensure that the department within the 2026-2027 financial year addresses audit findings on uncompetitive, unfair procurement processes and deviations from prescribed procurement processes by making sure that there is a strict compliance to Public Financial Management Act requirements. Chair, maybe just to explain the bullet number 2, my reasoning for making it this current financial year, 2025-2026. It's because, Chair, so that when they report to the committee on this financial year next year, they would have addressed the issue of the performance achievement that are not supported by reliable evidence from the performance of this current financial year. Hence, this one relates to the year that we have, as opposed to the other two recommendations that they refer to the next financial year, which is 2026-2027 financial year. That is just my thinking, Chair. The committee can advise or support or not support.
Okay.
Okay. With regard to SASSA, the minister must ensure that SASSA within 2026-2027 financial year captures all the outstanding 13,500 missing files of beneficiaries in the record management system. This is critical to eliminate fraud and corruption in the grant payment system, especially the continuing payment to ineligible beneficiaries. The minister must also ensure that SASSA within the 2026-2027 financial year addresses audit findings on uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes and deviations from prescribed procurement processes by making sure there is a strict compliance to Public Finance Act requirements, Public Finance Management Act. The last one on the NDA, the minister should ensure that the NDA and the NDA board within the 2026-2027 financial year review and align the NDA performance management policy with the Public Service Regulations, Public Service Act, and the Performance Management and Development Systems framework to ensure that performance bonuses are awarded as per the provisions of these legal prescripts. The minister should also ensure that the NDA and the NDA board conduct and finalize investigations on all 25 cases of irregular expenditure by the end of the 2025-2026 financial year and within the 2026-2027 financial year. It is essential that a culture of consequence management is inculcated within the agency to ensure accountability. The minister must also ensure that the NDA addresses audit findings on uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes and deviations from prescribed procurement processes by making sure, this sounds like a repetition. I think it was, maybe it was with SASSA, Chair, because the findings were made on all these entities. By making sure that there's strict compliance to Public Finance Management Act requirements within the 2026-2027 financial year. This is what I managed to capture, Chairpersons, with regard to the observations and the drafting of the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yoli, for that. As almost agreed with the honourable members, I believe that just scanning through the report and listening to the presentation, it has captured the discussions that ensued, but it is the members that will pronounce on that. And so I will be taking names or taking hands of members to have their inputs recorded on this presentation. But thank you, Yoli, for that. Honourable Abrahams, you are first. Let me just see if there are any other members.
Honorable Makhato, I don't know how to raise my hand.
Raise your hand. Okay. Honorable Makhato is number 2. And then it's Honorable Ramayila. Because of your long name, Honorable Ramayila, I just assume that is you because it doesn't even show.
It is, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Mare will be 4th. And then that's it. You will start, Honorable Abrams. Yoli, just take these notes, because I don't know if you can almost go page by page as
Chair,
members.
did you see my hand?
I'm seeing it now, Honorable
Thank you.
Monyai. And I'm also seeing and recognizing the name of the Bishop Mtsweni, Monyai and Mtsweni. So with that, thank you, Yoli, for the presentation, and the Honorable Reverend Kobaza is also recognized and recorded. Honorable Abrams, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to all the honorable members on the platform and the committee staff and anybody else on the platform. My input as follows. So on page Yoli, please, if you want to make notes or correct it in as we talk, just whichever works for you. But I will try and give you the page numbers and the paragraphs as we go. So on page 60, when they talk about the ghost beneficiaries, the third line there, it says this does not imply that there are ghost beneficiaries. So, ghost beneficiaries are essential fraudulent cases. And what we know about SASSA is that there is fraudulent cases within SASSA. Otherwise, we wouldn't, be seeing people in court for it. So my input there would be if that is what the department said, then I think it needs to be clarified in maybe quotation marks that the department says that this does not imply that there's ghost beneficiaries. But I would then argue that it should read, this does not necessarily imply that there are ghost beneficiaries, because for me it's still and I suppose also coming from the AG, it's inconclusive. Because the matching of the records had not been done at the time. So to be as to define it solely as just it does not imply beneficiaries, it's very conclusive. So I would urge that we say not necessarily imply that there are ghost beneficiaries, because we know that there is still fraud in the system. Then moving on, Chairperson. By the GBV Command Council, and let me just see what page that was on. GBV Command Council was on page the page that when we say we welcome Vodacom.
She will just have to go there, Honorable Member.
Okay, page 63. Page 63 under GBV, the paragraph that says it welcomed the appointment of Vodacom and the impact it's had on the reporting of GBV cases. I think it's important we say that we welcome the reappointment of Vodacom, because we will recall that Vodacom was the original service provider, and then for some bizarre reason, the department cancelled their contact with Vodacom and went to go and get what I think it was Brilliance as the service provider. That was even more expensive than Vodacom. And then they had to now return to Vodacom because that service provider just wasn't performing. So I think it must say that we welcome the reappointment of Vodacom for the GBV Council. And then on the Internal Audit Committee, my understanding is that the 14 directors there, it's not going all to the Internal Audit Committee. I think they were just talking in general that the department as a whole has the budget and busy filling the 14 director posts. But that 14 director posts is not all going to the internal audit, because I recall me still wanting to have a follow-up question to ask, if the director of older persons are going to be filled and all of those long outstanding director positions as part of this 14. So just that correction there. And then lastly, on the CARA grant under NDA, that is page but we'll get to the page now, but where it says there, page 70. This confirms prior assertions that the NDA does not have the expertise to implement the GBV programs. It's not implement the GBV programs, it is to I suppose the word you can use is allocate funds to NGOs who run GBV programs, and that the DSD provincial departments are better placed to allocate these funds to the NGOs who run the GBV programs, because obviously they are already working with these NGOs and they are already funding some of these NGOs. So the provincial departments will be better placed to allocate funds towards, those NGOs that implement the programs. Because the NDA doesn't implement GBV programs, they were just the ones allocating the funds. So that is my input on that. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Abrams, for that. Yoli, you are obviously taking notes, and will have the last word after the members have given their inputs. Honorable Ramaila?
Makgato.
Sorry, Honorable Makgato, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the report from our official is very much clear. We want to congratulate. I've got only one input on the issue of hiring people. Can she please go to that one? I just want to add something there.
Which
DSD or DNA?
What? The NDA or SASSA or the department?
But she was speaking about hiring the people. So
okay. It must have been Yoli.
Towards the end, so
of the report.
Yeah, on the
Is
report.
it the one on the NTA, Ma? This one? Wanted to know the reasons for not filling vacancies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me open it. Yes, I just want to check on this one. For another reason was not the issue of funds, unavailable funds to pay them. So I just want to check this issue because sometimes we find that they didn't fill the post because they don't have enough money. So I just want to ask on this one, Hore, it's not another reason why they didn't fill vacancies. So it was just my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makgato. We will hear from Yoli at the end. Honorable Ramaila?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to colleagues, honorable members, and our officials supporting the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I just want to make proposals because my view is that if there's a regression in terms of the audit opinion, it also suggests that our oversight on financial matters is also not thorough. And therefore, what is it that we need to do to have a better handle on this? And I'm saying this because I know we just get swamped up in quite a number of issues. And then from there, these financial issues that we're supposed to oversight fall within the cracks. So I was going to suggest that if possible, if you could lift up and prioritize those issues that are necessary for us to have constant oversight on, and have an audit action plan that gets presented to us, and we align it to those things that you would have lifted up for us that are critical for us to pay oversight on. And lastly, then recommend that we they report on quarterly basis. If we could have on bi-monthly basis, them reporting on the audit action plan that would have been aligned to include those critical matters that I'm saying, maybe if you could lift them up and ensure that we don't lose control of those, because otherwise we might have at some point a disclaimer, and what would have been our oversight role to allow the department to really degenerate in that manner. That's my proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for that input, which is quite critical. Honorable Murray.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, staff. Chairperson, I want to say thank you for the report. I think Yole has captured the thing as we have discussed it. There's only one point that I would like to raise, and that is the one for the mental health. The mental health came for the one of the people that is on drug abuse. It's about what is the department doing about. Just hold on, sorry. The one of drug abuse, where people use the drugs and then they become mentally ill and it becomes a department problem. The department is explained about the Department of Health, but the question was, how many rehab centers do they really have to assist with this problem, because this is a pandemic? So that is what I'm saying, that's what was the question was all about. It's about how many rehab centers do the department have across the country, and to address this problem, because it becomes their problem at the end of the day, because then they must get disability grant for the rest of their lives because of not having enough rehab centers to assist these young people. Thank you, Chairperson. That was the only thing I wanted to know.
Thank you, Honorable Murray, for that. The Honorable Munyai. Honorable Munyai, are you with us? Honorable TP Munyai. Okay, we'll go to the Honorable Mtsweni. Over to you, Bishop.
Sanibonani, sihlalo. Asibonge kakhulu uSisiyoli umsebenzi wanamhlanje. Sihlalo ngicela ungilekelele, angizwanga uSisiyoli ethinta udaba lwey'khungo. Mhlambe mina engiphundulekile, uma kuwukuthi mina engiphundulekile angixolele. Kodwa uma kunjalo ngiyacela sihlalo ukuthi lolu daba lolu lungene. Sibuka ngaleliso sihlalo ukuthi udaba lwey'khungo zokuholela lwalimaza kakhulu umnotho wabantu abansundu. Umnotho wabantu abansundu uphenduphenduka phakathi kwabo, wasidalela abantu abaningi okufanele bakhangeze manje abahluphekayo, kanti babekwazi ukuyiphilisa, babekwazi ukuyizamela impilo ngesikhathi bedayisa belandela iy'khungo zokuholela. Manje kulelizwe elinabantu abaningi abangasebenzi, lento yezikhungo yanezela kakhulu ukuthi bande abantu abangasebenzi, bande abantu abalambileyo. Silibuke sihlalo wami, silibuke futhi nakule lento ukuthi yini umnyango oyenzayo ukusondeza izikhungo kubantu, kucatshangelwa abantu abadala bafika kanjani ey'ndaweni lapho beholela khona. Yini umnyango oyenzayo kucatshangelwa abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka, becatshangelwa ukuthi bayifinyelela kanjani impesheni, bafika kanjani ey'ndaweni la beyithola khona. Njengoba sihlalo sibonile ukuthi isililo sabantu singakanani, abantu ezweni lethu lonke, eSouth Africa lonke sinamaphandle, siney'ndawo zasemakhaya lapho abantu besuke ey'ndaweni ey'kude kakhulu njengoba bathunyelwa emadolobheni, singenamizamo yokuthi bayofika kanjani emadolobheni lapho. Yini esiyenzayo? Inkinga yami umphathisihlalo ukuthi uma kubekwa isizathu sokuthi mhlampe ubugebengu, imali babehlaselwa ithathwa, nasey'nsukwini lokhu sihlalo ngiyacabanga ukuthi isiyayeka yini imali ukuthathwa, sebayeka yini, ayisabanjwa yini iy'moto zemali sihlalo, because ngibona ey'ndabeni kaningi iy'moto zemali eSouth Africa ziyabanjwa. Umbuzo wami uthi zisuke ziyaphi lezi iy'moto, kwabonakala ukuthi nje akuyekwe lezi ezisa imali kubantu abadala nasey'ntandaneni nakubantu abaphila nokukhubazeka, yizona iy'moto kwabonakala ukuthi isixazululo ukuthi zivalwe. Yini umnyango oyenzayo ukulungisa lowo monakalo lowo? Ngoba kimina akusona isizathu esasingenza ukuthi izivalwe iy'moto, isizathu sokuthi ubugebengu, ngoba angiboni mina ubugebengu behlile ukusukela ngo-2018 noma ukusukela ngesikhathi iy'khungo zivalwa. Angiboni ubugebengu behlile and angiboni iy'moto zemali singasabanjwa. Umbuzo wami nje usukuthi ziyaphi lezi ey'banjwayo ngoba azisekho eziya kubantu abadala ey'ntandaneni nakubantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Ngiyacela ukuthi lungasaleli emuva lolu daba njengoba lubathinta kakhulu kangaka abantu bezwe lakithi ngokwezizathu ey'ningi esingalubuka ngazo. Mphathisihlalo, kwavaleka iy'khungo, abanikazi bey'tolo zasemakhaya balamba kwaphela ngabo, abanye badlwela iy'moto zafanele ukuthi amabhenki ayithathe ebuyele emuva ngoba kungasekho umsebenzi owawenziwa yilawo maveni okuhambisela abantu abadala ukudla emakhaya. Lawo maveni ayibahambisela, okokuqala ayibakweletisela, abanikazi bey'tolo babebakweletisela, babazi okhokho ukuthi babehola bazofike bakhokhe imali yangenyanga edlule bese bethatha ukudla, bese umnikazi wesitolo abathatha kanye namasaka bempuphu abahambise emakhaya. Wenzani umnyango ngalokho? Angithokoze sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop Msweni. Colleagues, usithola akekho angithi Lindiwe namhlanje. Yoli.
Akekho sihlalo, angiqondi bukhona.
Okay.
He's not, sorry, he's not here.
Okay. No, that's fine. The Honorable Msweni was talking to the point of, and Yoli, you're still gonna respond when you respond to all the honorable members. The Honorable Bishop was thanking you, obviously, for the good work that you've done in compiling this report. And but she is just a bit concerned, if not actually very concerned, about the living out of the issue of pay points. And she is reiterating her deep concern about this issue and is nervous that it is left out of this very important report because people really, really suffer. There is no province in this country that doesn't have rural areas and that doesn't have people that have really been affected by the closure of pay points. And she just, went to a large extent explaining the fact that she heard that this was because of the cash in transit cars being, attacked, and then people being affected by those attacks because they happen at pay points. And she's saying that to this day, the cash in transit cars are still being sort of attacked, and so that can't be the reason, because obviously it didn't stop when the pay points were stopped. And so people continue to suffer, people continue to be victims of the having to go to now where they must get their grants, but mostly the economies, local economies that have completely stopped, with people having lost their cars, their vans that they used to use to transport food for the people, and so on and so forth. So it has had a far-reaching impact than just people not getting their money at their local, in the areas where they live, and not having to spend money. So she panicked when she didn't hear anything being said about pay points in the report. So, but Yoli, you will obviously respond to that at the end when you respond to all the inputs that have been given. I hope I have ngisho ngakho, Honorable Mtsweni.
Mphathisalo, ngiyabonga kakhulu, usho kahle sisi, ngiyabonga.
Okay. Honorable Munyai, take over, sir.
He left a chat that he's having problem with unmuting from his laptop or computer. Cannot unmute. That's the chat he just posted here on the platform.
Okay, I'll just quickly give him a call.
Okay, and also, Honorable Munyai, if you can hear us, then please just write your inputs directly to the chat, or so that members know what it is that your inputs are, because obviously you have inputs. That is why you raised your hand. Sorry that you can't unmute yourself. And the Honorable Reverend. You can't unmute yourself as well?
Mphathi omkhulu. Siyabonga sihlalo. Honorable members. Sihlalo, maybe my input will be with the NDA. The point where we want to, it must be clarified properly that when we sat with NDA, it was revealed again that NDA, it's money that it gets directly from Treasury, and this is the real problem of it. The money they get it from Treasury, and when it gets it from Treasury, it is ring-fenced in terms of what it's going to do, especially it's money for administration. So it cannot do its funding to CSOs and other organizations to make sure that they align in terms of eradicating poverty, and work with other entities. So that is important, maybe to clarify that first, to say we have a challenge right now which needs to, if it's the act that reinforces it in that way, the act must be changed or must be looked in with Treasury in how it must be done. Of course, it says that it acts as a conduit. Well, it means that it takes money from somewhere, and it's a conduit to the project that have been done on the ground to uplift our people. But again, the NDA also stipulate that the challenges that are there are mainly, you'll find that the departments don't want to cooperate, or the department, they ask, what do you have in that particular, to contribute in the particular project? And then at the end of the day, it ends up that they don't have money to do that. Now we are sitting with a national development agency that cannot function its critical mandate in the country to uplift our people, to eradicate poverty, create a sustainable livelihood for the people of South Africa, and be able also to move people out of the grant system, as it were. Now, that what I was saying, to say if we can then add that, when we are talking about NDA, that is the main problem that is there, and that's the main problem that needs to be fixed. And also, what was mentioned was that the NDA cannot get money from DSD, from social development, of which now it's challenged again, because I don't understand. They can't get money. If the DSD have some money that is left, they can't get that money, or they cannot budget for NDA as DSD itself. So there are a number of things that needs to be fixed in that entity before its operation, before they give themselves the bonuses, as they are giving themselves bonuses and all of that. I think also it must be mentioned in the comment that observations, maybe our leader has presented. But all in all, thank you for the presentation of the observation. I think a number of things are covered in terms of that. But we are concerned as Umkhonto weSizwe about NDA, as we know that if it can function properly, the difference that it will do to our people. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Chair, now I think I fixed the problem.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Kobaza, for that input. We are now going to head over to the Honorable Munyai.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I think the first thing is to welcome the report and request that at least the document be cleaned with respect to typos. For instance, you'll find the minor errors like SOCAL, which is supposed to mean social, and African, which is supposed to mean African, and average, which is supposed to be average. So those are small typo errors that need to be fixed. Chairperson, with regard to the report indicate that there's a policy, and policy say A, B, C, D. But we requested in the meeting, they confirmed that the policy, and we requested that the policy must be finished to us within 24 hours so that we can see that policy, And the chair of the board says, no, within 3 to 7 days, you can have it done. Now we have not received that policy, and you are talking to that policy. And I think it's imperative that policy that you have received from NDA be shared with all ourselves. Chairperson, the other things that we need to go and have a look at them, I think, is the issue on the areas of bills and policies there, outstanding one. I would have expected that you'd put also the BIS. I know you put BIS somewhere in the program 3 there, as in a paragraph, in a statement. But I think it will be appropriate if you can also put it on other outstanding bills or policies in that category. That will be very much be helpful. And with respect to NDA, and I think we came clear, that I know you were trying to explain that the board still did not approve. But I'm saying that the policy need to be shared with us, and it doesn't make it right. And I know you clarified this point, content advisor through the chair. It doesn't make it right to pay yourself bonuses, yet you know that you are under there's a serious budget cut, and then still you want to pay yourself bonuses, and yet you didn't even perform as anticipated and the money was not available to pay you that bonuses. That's one of the things. But I think, Chair, with respect to the BRRR report, allow me to send my comments through the secretary and copy to yourself for what I think can be considered in the interest of time. Something that arises from the previous meeting. Thank you, Chair. Not something new.
Okay. I thank you, Honorable Munyai. I just think that you can say it here so that the members have the benefit of your inputs. But don't worry about the time. This is the time that members should give.
No problem. Let me open the documents where I made the comments.
No problem. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you. I'm trying to open the document, Chair. Sorry, don't.
No problem. Honorable members, I'm sure you understand, because these inputs must be recorded, and all members must have the benefit of hearing what each member is inputting to the report. Thanks.
One of the issues, and I know we spoke of the post-audit action plan to countermeasure, so that this to contribute, to come up with the measures, so that the issues that has happened during this financial year, it does not repeat itself. And the other issues, Chairperson, was the issues of the issues of the files 70. I want to look at the number now because I've not yet reached that document. Let me just, I'll be very quick. BRRR.
There's a hand, Chairperson, from Mr. Abrams.
There are two hands. Sorry, members. Honorable Abrams, followed by the Honorable Reverend.
No, Chairperson, I can wait till the Honorable Munai is finished, because I just forgot about a point. So I can wait till he's concluded.
No problem. Thanks. Honorable Munyai? Honorable Baza?
If it's finished, Chair.
Oh, okay. All
If
right.
Honorable Munyai, yes.
Okay, so I've recognized your hands. We'll go back to the Honorable Munyai. Thank you, honorable members.
Chairperson, I think the issues relating to the SOC pen, we have agreed that they need to address the issues and the issues of the, with respect to SASSA, the issues of the SOC pen, we have agreed that they need to improve so that because it should not be repeated. The issues of the, let me just look. Just look the. Sorry, Chair, my documents are not aligned.
No problems at all. This is your meeting. So we shall wait.
Okay, the other issue, Chairperson, was we have identified that the department need to address the systematic leakages. This include payment to deceased individual or ineligible beneficiaries with invalid ID and the issues with respect to quad beneficiaries. The biometric cited solution, its rollout, we have noted the delay, and we propose the immediate alternative control measures that will be implemented within the next month period to stem these financial losses. And what is the concrete action plan need to be revised and to be aligned with the timeline for full implementation of the biometric system for all the grant types. On the issues of the modernization of the systems, of SASSA systems, as raised by the AG, as the AG found the IT environment was unstable and SOC pen legacy system replacement roadmap is delayed. And I think those are the issues that was of the concern in the last meeting. And given the critical need for modern integrated systems, they need to come up with a cost plan and projected charter for the SOC pen replacement. And that include the interim measures to be put in place to ensure the system stability and data integrity for the financial year 2025-26 grant payment cycles. And the other key issues, I think at the NDA we have covered it, and the consistency of the report highlight the what call the slow or absent consequence management across the portfolio. I know somebody raised it earlier, including the 700,000 unauthorized token of a payment with respect to NDA. I've covered that earlier. I just got my notes now, and also we recommended that there should be overall. Let me just look. Oh yeah, we also recommended that the section 13 to be smart, specific, measurable, achievement, relevant, time-bound target, because we spoke about the target, and we also agreed that. Let me check. A simple table should also include, no, it's not simple table. We needed a a really mechanism for powerful feedback loop, demonstrating the impact of our oversight and highlight persistent issues that require intensified scrutiny that we have agreed. We also agreed that we need to make sure that when providing a non-financial performance, as it was in page 48 and so on, beneficiary must be linked to sustainable livelihood. And these issues, we also indicated that there should be the critical department of higher education and basic education and defense in this regard should be partners to link those that are beneficiaries, especially from the SRD grant, to be able to make sure that they are linked to economic opportunities for sustainable livelihood through skilling in that regard. And lastly, Chair, I support the BRRR as other members would have.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Munyai. And then we will go to the Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and apologies for this. I see I missed it in my notes earlier. So just also still on page 60, where we were talking about the files. In the last paragraph where it says notices were sent out to beneficiaries who were not suspected of fraud, but the record may have been lost. And, on our oversight, we had that discussion about what does lost and missing mean. So I just want to maybe get clarity from Yoli if that is indeed the lost files, as in can't find at all files, or if that, because I remember that was the disagreement between the AG and SASSA, where the AG said, I think, this is why I'm asking for clarity, I think the AG said missing, and, I think most of us just assume that, it's gone, it's, evaporated, when in fact missing is just, it's misplaced somewhere within that, it's stuck somewhere in that process, and it will eventually come out on the other end. So just some clarity around that. And then also with the withdrawal of the USAID funding, I see when we speak about the HIV/AIDS funding, the department then committed to say that, they are still carrying out with the programs for another 2 years. Does that also apply to the orphans in the vulnerable orphans living with HIV? Why am I messing my words? Did the department also confirm that the children, the orphan children's programs will also carry on for 2 years? Thank you, Chairperson.
Right. Thank you, Honorable Abrams. We will go straight to the Honorable Obaza.
Chair, thank you. Maybe what one has left, obviously, is the doctors or SASSA doctors. I think that point we've missed in terms of the doctors. SASSA doctors do not approve people. That those people, even myself, when they are sitting down there, you can see that these people are sick and they cannot go out and do the work. Now, these people have files from the public hospitals, doctors, which one is, they've got iron in their arms and ions in their legs, and they can't really go back to work. But when they come to SASSA, and then SASSA does not grant them or does not approve them in terms of getting their grant. So I think that one I think was left out also in terms of the doctors. What will be the solution of that when you really see that this person is sick, and SASSA doctor does not give them grant, while the doctor that is in a public hospital is saying that this person must go and go out of work, and they must go also to SASSA to get their grant so that they are able to take care of themselves. So I think it's that is important. And also the point of 10 systems that are running in SASSA in each station or yes, at the particular area. You've got those 10 systems. We spoke about how the possible thing to do or to integrate them, and how much will be that, and all of that SASSA must do that. You can't have 10 systems. A person that is there, he puts the information here, and he needs to log off and log to another system and finish that one. How can we have 10 systems unintegrated and run as a stable environment in SASSA? Is that one also? I think it was left out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rev. And I see that the Honorable Mare also left some out earlier on. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Sorry for this, Chairperson. We didn't speak about the 1-year-old, the targets that was not met. They made it a 2-year-old, but the ones under 1-year-old and 1-year-old was not met, Chairperson. And they gave us an explanation, but the explanation is not proper, because they need to come back to us and say, what are they going to do about the person that is just born, so 1 year old, because you cannot just say we are taking it from 2 years old. And then the other thing that we need to have this discussion on is the top-up grant. They still are not taking responsibility, because when it comes to the family members that is basically adopting the children, they are not getting that full adoption fund. They are only getting the top-up grant. And that is where we need to discuss them, because they said it is only because it was introduced to the courts, but they are introducing it inside SASSA, and they are not saying that, okay, you have the option because you are the grandparents, whatever you are, the aunt or the uncle. You have the right to adopt this child, and then you will get that fees, because to have a child and have the top-up grant, 650, I think, it is not enough to take a child through school and pay school fees and transport allowance and all those things. So that thing they must also discuss. And then the NPOs of Gauteng, they had opened a system where they're going to look at the NPOs that got funding and the reasons why they didn't get funding. They need to tell us how many NPOs did not get the funding in Johannesburg, and what was the reason for not getting the funding, and the thing that they implemented, how is it going to improve the way that the NPOs is going to be run. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for that input. Just before I hand over to Yoli, I just want to say to members that the BRRR is a specific sort of process, and as a result, the report of the BRRR is attending to a specific process in Parliament, and as a result, the inputs that you honourable members put forward have to be inputs that have to do with the specific engagements that we had with the AG and with the department and with SASSA and with NDA, specifically for the BRRR process. I imagine, I'm not sure, this is not, I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I imagine that some of the concerns that the honorable members have are concerns that may not have been part of these engagements. And honorable members must know that there are other processes such as the APPs, the strategic plans, the annual reports, and so on and so forth. So I don't want us to encumber the BRRR with issues that are critically important, but were not part of the engagements that we had for the purposes of BRRR. I've just wanted to give that overarching sort of a note of mine so that members know that the issues they raise are very important. They are urgent. They are critical, but they may not have been part of the BRRR process. And so I'll hand over to Yoli to obviously attend to the inputs of the members and obviously may have them part of the report as such. Thank you, Yoli.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, for that intervention. That I fully agree with you, and that was what I was going to explain, but I don't need to explain it anymore. But maybe I can just point out certain issues that I raised that I'll say these issues relate to what we just addressed, Chair. The first issue on the gross beneficiaries, I just want to remind the committee, remember that I was just reporting what I was given as an information from the department. What two honorable members is, member Abraham is raising that I must add, not necessarily. That is now your argument, ma'am, that you can advance. When maybe you are debating this BRRR, that even though the department reported this to the committee, your argument is this. I won't be able to change the wording that was forwarded to me and put not necessarily. Then I'm now changing or misrepresenting what they submitted to the committee. Same as the issue of lost records or missing records, same explanation, but just safe to say that I think that explanation was made clear when we went on oversight, which now was after the BRRR. So, but what was reported to us at the time of the BRRR was this, or at least what was submitted to me just a day after we had the BRRR from the CFO is what I've now recorded in this BRRR. So I will not be able to address the issue of lost or missing. Whether the withdrawal of US aid, I'm not in a position to know, remember whether it applies to the orphans. Maybe it can be a follow-up question to the department on that one. I was just, like I said, reporting what was forwarded to me. We changed the reappointment of the Vodacom. At least that one, Chair, is what the committee noted. So it's fine to make a change on that and also make a correction in terms of how I phrase the filling of 14 directors. That now is not correct the way I captured it there. Same as the CARA fund, I will change that to allocate funds. The NDA of filling of vacancies was not because of insufficient funding. That would be an assumption, Mama Mahacho, because that's not what they said in the meeting. So in the meeting, they just specifically responded how I captured it. They didn't mention anything about the funds being not enough. Where they raised the funds not enough is when the members were asking about the projects of NDA that they're not having a wider impact in terms of the reduction of poverty in the country. They just, minimal. So the response was that they have, with the funds that they have, that's how much of money they could allocate to the NGOs and CSOs that do the poverty eradication. So in that context, the issue of insufficient funding was raised in that context. Okay, I need to make a follow-up with Honorable Munyai and Honorable Ramaila, because they both mentioned this thing of the loop of audit fundings and picking up things for audit plan. I didn't really get it whether you want me to have an audit action plan for the committee, but I can make a follow-up, or maybe, because I know Mr. Umanar Munyai mentioned it in his inputs, that it was drafted somewhere. So can I request that I make a follow-up, because this one is more directed to the work of the committee than a recommendation to the department, which may have to do with me, but I just need more clarity on this one. The mental health problem, the number of rehabilitation centers, I think, ma'am, I need to go back to my notes, because I think you've raised this a number of times, and a list was forwarded to us. And if I remember when it was responded to, I can go back to my even his notes or minutes, where they reported that there are 13 rehabilitation centers in the country, but I can forward that to you, ma'am. But just to say, I can still rephrase how I captured it to reflect that because of the shortage or lack of access to these rehabilitation centers, the people may end up not having mental problems because they're not getting treated. So I can then capture and rephrase that observation. But in terms of the number of rehabilitation centers, I think I can give you that information. Mama Training Bishop, I just want to quickly flight this, because I think, if anything, your input on the closure of impact of the closure of pay points, you have really elevated it, and I think it found the department and SASSA addressing it. I don't know if you can see chairpersons and members in the BRRR. It's just that I didn't speak to it when I was presenting. There is on page 48. I think I also gave the chairperson these notes when she wrapped up in our oversight meeting with the SASSA when KZN, the impact of the closure of pay points that the minister had reported in the annual report, that she directed SASSA to develop an alternative delivery models aimed at improving accessibility for both application and payments of social grants within the 2025-2026 financial year. So the minister reported that there is work that's being done as per her direction to SASSA to develop alternative models or payment models that will be accessible in the rural areas. This initiative primarily will focus on accommodating beneficiaries who live in rural areas. And SASSA reports that it is in the process of implementing alternative payment access solution. This initiative aims to reduce travel distances for beneficiaries seeking access to national payment system, basically to the pay channels that are available right now for social grants. The solution will empower local small businesses to facilitate transactions through point-of-sales devices, enabling beneficiaries to purchase goods, access cash, and obtain essential services conveniently within their community. So I think, for anything, Madam Bishop, your call was heard. It's just for the committee now to conduct oversight that what is reported in this annual report, it is implemented. So I think, even though, Chair, this point was not raised during their deliberations on the BRRR, but I thought I should include it earlier in the report, because it specifically deals with one area of oversight that this committee really focused on through Bishop Umtsweni. Yeah, that's my response on that one. I hope Mama is satisfied. Okay, Chair, there are other issues that were raised by Reverend Kwabaza. I think what happened is, straight from the BRRR we went on oversight. So somehow the issues are overlapping. But the issues that he has raised were actually raised when we were on oversight in the KZN. So they won't find a reflection or being reported on this one, on the BRRR. They will report it on the report on oversight, or to Lindy was busy drafting. And then the recommendations that then members may want to make will only be reflected on the committee's report on the oversight visit. The NDA performance management policy, also Lindiwe can correct me, but I think it was forwarded to the committee last week already, together with the other list that the committee had requested in terms of the payments of bonuses, job categories that were paid. I think that information was forwarded, Honorable Munyai, to the members. So it is there, and I think the policy was also attached. The issue of defense, the skilling of SRD, like Chairperson has already given a direction here. These are the issues that didn't really come up in our discussion on the BRRR, but I know Honorable Munyai has raised this input before, and it is actually captured in the tracking tool of the resolutions of the committee. It's just that the meetings have already not taken place because of other priorities, but it's already been acted upon in terms of being included in the tracking tool. I think SASA doctors, 10 systems, the SASA systems also from oversight, same as the doctors, if that's not part of the BRRR. The target of 1-year-old, Honorable Marie, it is captured. It is there. It was captured under the observations the committee made on the report of the AG, and then a concern that the committee raised on that one.
Are you able to, sorry, Yoli, are you able to flight that part for the honorable member?
Yes, I can.
Sure.
It's good that it's actually on this few pages that I extracted from the report. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna, I know it's a bit irritating to the eye when I scroll up like this, but it's up there. There it is, Member Murray. Targets to reach children under one.
We cannot see it for now.
You cannot see?
No.
Oh no, sorry, I haven't pressed share. There we go. There we go. Can you see it now? It's captured here.
Yes.
Yes. And also I think it's captured. Okay, I'm just gonna. You want me to read again, or?
No. I knew that it was here, but I wanted to be the one to show the honorable member that it actually is. It did make it.
Yeah. It actually also captured under the SASA deliberations, I think, on the annual report as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it DSD? I'm just scrolling to see.
No problem.
Oh, maybe under GST. Okay.
But
I know it appears twice. Yeah, it appears twice.
It was captured. It was extracted as part of the BRRR report. Honorable Murray, are you okay with that?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think that that's the other one, just a request, because who Member Munyai, I think he just read through some of his inputs that he wants them to be made recommendations. Some of them I think I noted them because he was just noting what the committee noted. But I think there were 1 or 2 recommendations that he proposed. Can I just humbly ask that he forwards his notes to me and Sis Lindy so that I can then add them into the report, Chair. I think I addressed everything. Thank you, Chair. Oh, the performance bonuses. I think that was also captured, Chair, is there in the report, and a recommendation was actually made on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And surely you can. I wanted the inputs to be recorded in this meeting, but if you missed anything in terms of it being, presented in a hurry and fast, and you not being able to catch up, surely you can make direct contacts with the honorable members just for ease of accuracy, for the purposes of accuracy of the report, and so on and so forth. But honorable members, this is now your inputs have been noted, and where gaps in terms of them not having been, like the case of Honorable Munyai, Yoli will be in contact with you, and so on and so forth. But we need to, as a committee, to be in line with the timelines of this process, with the inputs that you've made that were obviously left out, or that were providing a better wording of the report for clarity. I need for us to be able to adopt this report, honorable members, and I will be taking the hands for that. The Honorable Reverend Kobaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just need a clarity on some things. The observations that we just did now are the observations, are the points that are there supported by the committee, or are points that were said by an individual and the department answer? Because there are points that I feel that they were said by a member, but it's not the whole committee that was saying that, or in agreement with that. As Umkhonto says, maybe the clarity on the observations that were written there right now, that we just went through them.
Thanks, Honorable Reverend Kobaza. When a member in the meeting makes a recommendation on the basis of a report that has been presented, or a presentation by the department and its entities, when a member makes that recommendation and members within the committee do not raise their objection to that recommendation, that becomes a recommendation of the committee.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Because remember, when we are in the committee, we are representing Parliament in social development. So when you come up with a recommendation, let me use an example. Let me just talk about consequence management, for example. It was raised by one member in the committee, and the committee agreed with it, because no one in the committee said no, there doesn't need to be any consequence management or so on and so forth. When it is captured in the report, it is captured as the recommendation of the committee, not of a specific number, of a specific member.
Okay. I think somewhere I missed it, because as Umkhonto says, when we're looking at NDA, it is not in our fiber to say that it must be a directorate within the department itself. So you see, there are things that when I was reading, I was understanding that the committee says this. So I know that it was raised by a member questioning the department, and the department answered. But I was not aware that just by being quiet on that, it binds all of us into that particular point. Thank you.
But I'm sorry about the to and froing, but did you see the response that it cannot
Yes.
happen
Yes,
because
yes,
that
yes.
this is a creation of an act of parliament?
Yes,
You
unless we
cannot just say
act,
yes.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Right.
Chairperson.
Let me just
Chairperson.
conclude with the Honorable Qabaza, Honorable Mahato. I'll come straight to you.
Okay.
Okay. Are you done, Honorable Qabaza?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yes.
The Honorable Mahato?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want us, as all the committee members, to have one standpoint. When the report is going to the Parliament, all of us, we must carry the report in such a way that we are one thing. So I just want us to make it clear from today, so that even in future, we must be one thing and then go together. Thank you very much.
I totally agree with you, Honorable Mahato. This is why I would like this committee to adopt the report of the BRRR as presented with the inputs of the members, please.
At the same time, I adopt it, Chairperson.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Honorable Mahato. Adopted. Can a member second Honorable Mahato, please? In the adoption of the BRRR as presented with inputs. Honorable Kawaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. As Mkondo Wesizwe, we would like to reserve our opinion on that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. That is accepted. Honorable Munyai. Honorable Munyai, you have not learned how to unmute yourself?
I learned. So all I'm saying that I agree with the previous member who support, and I fully support this. I support it.
Awesome. Honorable members, the BRRR report, as having been presented by Yoli, capturing all the matters that were part of the engagements with the AGSA, with the department, with the entities, has now been adopted. Of course, as presented and with the inputs that are going to be effected on the report. I see that the Honorable, not the Honorable, but Yoli Kanye.
Yes, Chair. No, just quickly, just to say to Honorable Munyai, when he forwards me his notes, to kindly, if we can, please, that copy that he made some corrections on the report. Sometimes when you drafting a long document, you miss out on these sometimes grammatical errors. I'll go through it, but just in case maybe my eyes don't spot what he was able to spot, I'd truly appreciate that very much. And any member who's made some notes or grammatical corrections, I'll truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members, you've heard what has been said now, and we have adopted our report, and thank you so much for that. And we note the reserving of any opinion by the Honorable, or by the Umkhonto Wesizwe, to be exact. We shall now go to the next item on our agenda, which is the deliberations and adoption of the first term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2025-2026 financial year, which is April to June 2025. Please go ahead. Is it Yoli or is it Lindiwe? But go ahead with that report, please.
Me, Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chair, using the same reporting format that so we have agreed on as a committee, the quarterly report on the 2025-2026 financial year. These are the committee deliberations and observations on that report. When it comes to child protection, the committee wanted to know if capacity training on Children's Act, teenage pregnancy, child sexual abuse also included education and awareness on statutory rape, particularly on what statutory rape is and how it can be reported. The department responded that it has a compendium of social and behavior change programs, amongst which are 2 programs targeted at children between 10 and 14 years old, which is the CHOMI Y, and youth between 15 to 24 years old, which is YOLO. During CHOMI Y sessions, children are taken through discussions on rights and responsibilities, and it has activities that cover sexual rights, sexual consent, and sexual violence. In sexual violence sessions, children are taken through different types of violations where statutory rape is explained. Children understand the sexual violation as it is explained, and this is role played with different scenarios. During the YOLO sessions, participants are taken through a session on my sexual reproductive rights and responsibilities. The information sheets cover legislation relevant to HIV prevention. This includes Domestic Violence Act, Children's Act, and Sexual Violence Act, within which the statutory rape is incorporated. The training also considers steps to be taken if there are suspicions of such actions or it is reported by the victim directly. Time is spent on explaining the definition of statutory rape. Participants in the program, that is youth age 15 to 24, have shown understanding of the statutory rape. Regarding teenage pregnancy and child sexual abuse, the educational awareness and information sharing contents include types of abuse, the impact thereof, measures in place to prevent statutory rape, as well as available interventions. Based on the educational awareness and information sessions, children, parents, and caregivers understand what statutory rape entails, including age difference for the age of sexual activities among children, which is 2 years, from 12 years to 16 years. Just to mention, Chair, this information was forwarded to me after the deliberations because I needed to capture it correctly. So I requested Ms. Tagiso to just maybe forward it to me in writing so that I capture correctly what she presented to the committee. Because sometimes, Chair, in the meetings, it goes very quickly. I'm not able to capture. So usually, sometimes I make a follow-up and request further clarity on some of the issues. On travel costs, the committee noted DSD's overspending for Q1 on Program 1 in comparison to the previous 2 financial years. DSD spent half of its travel budget for Program 1 in the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. It then requested the department, the NDA, and SASSA to submit expenditure breakdown of travel costs per directorate, including the Ministry of officials attending in-person committee meetings and budget votes in Cape Town for the last 5 years to date. Details should include the number of officials, accommodation, grant transfers, S&T per directorate. The committee expressed a concern on the gap between expenditure and performance. Expenditure of the department reflected a lot of spending on travel costs, and other cost drivers, but there was poor performance. It wanted to know how the department would avoid deviations in the other quarters, given the high expenditure in quarter one. The department reported that it was looking at cutting the number of delegations and conduct some of its meetings on virtual platforms, use venues owned by other government departments, officials doing carpooling, and reducing the number of dates of the events. The wasteful and fruitless expenditure cases are dealt with through the Loss Control Committee, and where no evidence is provided for non-attendance and missing of flights, the expenses are recovered from the implicated officials. Just to go up here, Chair, I know the department, it did provide some of the requested information or reports to Sis Lindy, I think then she forwarded to us. But I think when it comes to this aspect, if my memory serves me well, they said it's a bit more detailed. It needs more time to compile this report. Maybe it's a matter of now making a follow-up on this particular report, Chair. Okay, organization review. The committee wanted to know when will DSD and its entities organizational review structure excuse me, going to be completed, and how will it affect the compensation of employees' budget? The department reported that its proposed structure was submitted to the Department of Public Service and Administration for concurrence and approval. Oh, my voice is taking a strain. It was awaiting its approval. The proposed structure of SASSA is yet to be submitted to DPSA for concurrence and approval. It is also pending approval by the minister prior to submission. The compensation of employees' budget will be fully utilized. However, the department will remain within the baseline allocated budget. It must be noted that National Treasury indicated that no additional funding will be allocated for this exercise. Digitization process, the committee wanted to know which business processes have been prioritized for digitization. This was not responded to. And then in expenditure breakdown, it requested the department to provide an expenditure report on consultancy work that was done in quarter one. The report should include, for example, the type of work that was done, the value of each contract, the company details, if any consultants did pro bono work, whether the consultants are DSD, civil society stakeholder partners, which ones are private, business, or corporations, and an indication if any of these services could have been done by other government entities. And then unpaid activities. The committee wanted to know the specific activities that were not paid by the end of 2024-2025 financial year, which resulted in overspending in quarter one of 2025-2026. In terms of training, it wanted to know which officials attended the food safety and quality assurance. Could the training not have been provided by environmental officials from local government? The department explained that the officials who were provided with food safety and quality assurance training were mainly the DSD officials responsible for monitoring and managing DSD center-based feeding programs and the personnel within the DSD funding organizations, mostly the NPOs. The food safety and quality assurance training is designed to provide DSD centers, organizations, food handlers, and stakeholders with a structured set of tools, guidelines, and best practices to ensure compliance to the established quality standards. This training helped DSD centers in preventing foodborne illnesses, maintaining hygiene, and helped DSD centers to prepare and comply with legal requirements from the environmental officers, while environmental officers' role is to enforce compliance to the food legislation and food safety standards in South Africa. R68638, which is food hygiene regulation, and issue the certificate of compliance on non-compliance. On venue hire, it also wanted to know if the venue hire included the full conference package, that is sound, refreshment, etc., or was it only for the event, for the venue? The department reported that the venue hire included full conference packages, which includes the PA system with 2 microphones, projector with HDMI cable and screen, flip chart with cookie pens, refreshments such as bottled water, tea, and lunch on each day of training workshops and consultative workshop conducted. On accreditation of diversion system, the committee raised a concern on the department's report that it could not monitor the implementation of the ADS in Western Cape because the provincial DSD did not give it access to the system. The Western Cape Department is part of the National Department. The committee recommended that the issue be escalated to the leader of government business as it affects service delivery. The department explained that the approval to monitor the ADS was granted in April 2025. The Western Cape DSD provided a date, but it later informed the National DSD that the meeting could not be honored. Hence, the target was reported not achieved. Reduced levels of poverty. The committee noted that Program 2, 3, and 5 have the outcome to have reduced levels of poverty, inequality, vulnerability, and social ills, and wanted to know if there was any statistical evidence that showed that achievements of targets under these programs indeed achieved this outcome. The department explained that it relies on Statistics South Africa statistics for social grants projections and reduction of poverty. The outcome to reduce poverty looks at the number of people receiving social grants that are above food poverty level. Children's grants are, however, still below the food poverty level. The analysis for reduced poverty levels, however, focuses on the number of children receiving social grants. This is how the outcome is evaluated. The same applies to reducing inequality, especially through the SRD grant. However, the trend analysis cannot be done quarterly because of the intense research that it will need to be conducted. The trend analyses are done annually by Statistics South Africa. NPO registration. The committee wanted to know the number of churches that were registered as NPOs and the guidelines available to churches on how they should apply for registration as churches or foundations. What is the department doing to monitor the expenditure of NPOs and funded work? Some NPOs misuse their allocated funds. The department reported that as of 2 August 2025, there were 34,017 registered churches as NPOs, and their stated objectives were for spiritual work and others for charity work. The advice given is that churches should separate spiritual work and charity work because charity, it is done out of goodwill. Linkage of social grants beneficiaries to government services. The committee wanted to know how will the linkages between social grant beneficiaries to government services be operationalized. The department reported that the policy on linking social beneficiaries to government services will be implemented in 4 pillars. 1, basic needs fulfilled. 2, connection to economic opportunities. 3, mentoring that is coupled with psychosocial support. And 4, savings. That's all, Chair, that was captured on deliberation on the first quarter, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoli, for that presentation. Honourable members, there is that is the report as having been extracted from the first term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance Please, may I have your thoughts on this report? The Honorable Abrams' hand is up. And she is the only one for this one. Over to you, Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Yuli, for the presentation. I think just on page 11, where we talk about the overspending for Q1 on travel costs. I think the reason because I've gone back to my notes, that I've raised it there was, and what's not included here that falls part of this, is I questioned the number of the delegations that come to our committee meetings, when only 3-4 people actually even speak in our committee meetings. Yet I remember on that day I still made reference that the venue was full of officials. What are they all doing there? So I do want, and I even put it in writing, I think, to them. And the response I remember getting at the time was that they still collating the information, because I wanted the cost for the officials that come to our committee meetings. And that is actually still outstanding, if I'm not mistaken, because they haven't replied with how much they spend sending a room full of officials to our committee meetings. But also, to note, I think it was during the annual report, this is not for the report, this is just for noting, that when SASSA was giving their presentation on their annual report, they had a link to their Zoom back in wherever their offices are, their head offices are in Joburg. So it can be done where the officials come with just the people who are speaking, presenting, and then they themselves create this link where they are where the other officials can listen in. So there's no need for these massive entourages to come to our committee meetings. So I just want, that point that I asked for. We want feedback on the expenses that relate to our committee meetings. So that's just the one point. Then on the point that speaks to the accreditation and diversion system. And I remember this because I raised it as well, where the department said that the Western Cape hasn't given access. And I don't think it's captured in its entirety there. And this one line that says the Western Cape DSD provided the date, but it is later informed the national DSD that the meeting could not be honored, hence the target not achieved. So that is a little inaccurate, because it was national who told the department that they are not available. They told the province that they are not available, and also that they only have available budget allocated for each quarter on training. So they couldn't come in those dates that the province indicated, because they had no more budget allocated for that quarter to travel. And also I pointed out in that meeting, and it's somewhat captured in the minutes, that the ADS system, it's a national system. So it's not for any province to give or deny access when it's a national system. The problem that lies there is that there are multiple systems, such as the probation case management system, that feeds into the integrated social crime prevention system, of which the ADS system is a part of. And the province has technical problems with that one system. So they can't move into the broader system if there is still technical problems in another system, if that makes sense. So I do think just the capturing of what transpired there, it's not really accurate. It's very biased, and it's not giving down all the facts. And like I said in the meeting, because I followed up, because this is my province, and if they're not doing things, I want to know about it. But when I followed up, they said the training took place in March and July, and that wasn't presented to us, and that's what I said in the meeting. So the training had taken place, and I just want to make that point, that it's not like the province gave a date and the province then didn't honor the date. The national department did not honor the date because they had no more budget for that quarter, but the training did take place in March and July. So that is just the 2 points that I've picked up on these minutes, on this report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams, for that.
And sorry, Chairperson, just one more thing, and maybe I'll do it often afterwards. But I just also want to appeal to you once again to maybe speak to the Chair of Chairs for that, technical support when it comes to our meeting for recording services, especially in the venues that don't have recording. And it's not to say that we would need streaming services. I understand not all the venues can stream, but they need to start making provision that all our meetings are recorded, so that we can actually get the verbatim and go back and watch the verbatim recordings, of our committee meetings for these reports. Thank you, Chairperson.
What does this lady who says every time that this meeting is recorded, is that recording?
No, well, that's virtual, Chairperson. I don't even think our meeting right now is being recorded. Oh, it is being recorded. That's virtual. I'm talking about in person in some of the venues.
Okay, explain that again, the difference.
So when we're on virtual, our meetings are recorded easily because we're on the virtual platform. But not all of our in-person committee venues have, are recorded.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, we will have a response to that, of the reason for that. Right. Or even, as you say, it must be raised with the chairperson, House chairperson of committees, if our support don't have a response to that. I recognize your hand, Portfolio Committee on Social Development. But I have to go to the Honorable Reverend Kobaza, followed by the Honorable Munyai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there is a point about the churches where I did ask that the churches cannot get funding from DSD and also from companies just because they are churches and they're registered in the same NPO processes. So now the answer there, I did get that answer to say, no, they must separate the work for charity and the work for the churches. So the NPO, they must have an NPO for the church and have an NPO for the charity work that they do. But I did ask that if ever they can just do for me a correspondent on that, because I when I go to my constituency, religious leaders, churches, I need to have that correspondent. It mustn't be just something maybe I'm speaking about. If possible, if the department can just provide us with the corresponding that speaks to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Rev, for that. Let us go to the Honorable Munyai.
Chairperson, thank you. And I know what Honorable Abrahams want to correct, but it was recorded that the department even confirmed that the Department of Western Cape could not give them access to the system. What Honorable Abrahams said that day is that, no, it's a one national system. How cannot they get into their own system? But the report is captured correct, because that's what the clarity has been said. But if there's a new update, that new update must come through the department, who have said this thing that they've said to us with respect to not authorized to access the systems. So That's what I would recommend, Chair, than to try to clarify, because that clarity could be on follow-up issues, because the department must come and further update us. You know, if this what Honorable Abrahams is trying to share with us as an update, given the concern that it's their own province, but I know it's also our province because we are portfolio committee for the whole country. But all I'm trying to say is that that issue itself, the correctness of the report or what has been recorded, it is correct that the what we received from the department, they said they were not given access by Western Cape provincial government on their system. That's what they said. So if there's a new development, the department must, when they come to us, they must clarify those issues. And I'm sure with the, and because I'm saying it's them, they must come and correct it. Because it's them that claimed that that said so that they couldn't get access. So the point therefore, Chairperson, is that we need to request the department going forward to come and clarify that matter with this in the context of the new information we received from Honorable Abrahams. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Miyai. I seem to have heard in the meeting the Honorable Abraham saying that because this is her home or constituency province, she found out what's going on, and that's when they said this is a national system. It's not the department, it's not the provincial system that a provincial system must give access to. But Yoli will respond to that. And portfolio committee on social development, your hand is up.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
But Chair, if in your indulgence, maybe Mr. Member Abrams wants to respond, because I was going to respond to the matter of recordings. Maybe you want a follow-up from
Yes.
Mr. Munyai. If you can start with it, Chair.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. No, I was also just going to say it's not anything new that I'm saying. I actually opened up my notes from the 17th of September and I just reread what I said to the department on the 17th of September. But I also went to go and check, and that meeting on the 17th of September was a virtual meeting. So Yuli is able to get the recording and see how the department responded to. But what I said was nothing new. It's exactly what I said in the meeting on the 17th. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, that is, thank you, Honorable Abrahams, for that. So, sorry, I think Yoli must come back after all these inputs of the members. Please come back, Yoli, and clarify. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll start with the one on the travel costs. Okay, I think you forwarded me your notes, ma'am, and I captured this way because now it was a direct request what must be provided to the committee. The other comments that you made in terms of your observation in terms of the number of people who attend the meetings. Yes, you did say that, but coupled with that, then you made a specific request that the report must be forwarded to the committee that will give now the number of these officials and persons, which is what now I captured here. So that's why your observation, I didn't really capture it because you already, soon thereafter, then you make a specific request that a report must be forwarded to that effect of officials in person, attending in-person meetings and budget votes in Cape Town for the last 5 years. So that's now the report that is still outstanding, Chair. Then on the one on the ADS, Chairperson, is not an issue. But what I reported in terms of what the department did say, yes, Honorable Munya is correct. But what I can do, under the concern that is raised by the committee, I can capture the inputs that I think I didn't capture them. The inputs that Honorable Abrams gave in terms of her consultation with the province, that input is not there. So I've just requested, and she has forwarded me her notes, that as an input of what she said, Chair, I'm going to capture it. But in response, then the department responded in this way. But I take the intervention from Member Munya that then there must be a resolution that says a progress report maybe needs to be forwarded to the committee on the training on this ATS, because now there was this input from Member Abrahams and then the response from the department. But the department did say that there was a date that was given, but that date was changed. Now there are two sides of the story. The department says DSD Western Cape changed. Member Abraham says no, it was not the Western Cape changing the date. It was the DSD, but now this is coming now. So maybe we need another follow-up meeting or input on this one as a resolution that Member Munyao has just advised we deal with it in that way. The one on funding of churches, I take it, Reverend, I've just captured it as a resolution now, that that policy should be forwarded to the committee so that you can use it in your constituency. So I'll make it a resolution as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yoli, for that. The Honorable Munyai.
Chair, I will find it very difficult, I must put it on record, that the meeting here, we'll have a meeting, the official or the department respond on their work and the difficulty they experience in the Western Cape. Then a member must come and clarify, no, it is not the same way. We are speaking about the record of the meeting. So all I'm trying to say, therefore, with respect to this issue, I would want formally on these aspects of the department not having been given access by the provincial government, DSD Western Cape, to be written to the department to clarify how did they respond. Because we can't have minutes, we must respect the official that helped to capture the minutes for ourselves. And we know what has been resolved. So we can't just change the meeting, change the records willy-nilly because somebody is working in the Western Cape. It's our own constituency, therefore. Therefore, that honorable member will have an update and so forth and so on. It can't be correct. Even though we know what has been recorded here in that day of the 17th on the meeting. We were here. So to clarify this issue, because it is the department that claimed or that said they were denied access by DSD Western Cape, I would appeal, Chair, that the secretary on behalf of this portfolio committee write to the department, how did they clarify this matter? Because, this has been perpetual and we've been keeping it not responding to the issues, but the department on record must say how did they respond, because what the secretary recorded or the content advisor would have talked to, it's what exactly how it was recorded in the meeting. Lastly, Chairperson, I'm not saying that what I'm proposing we should not adopt these minutes. We should adopt them. Because if we don't adopt the record for a decision, you will be found, or a portfolio will be found through the House Chairperson or chairs of chairs to be not in compliance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. Honorable Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Chair, I just wanted to provide some advice regarding the matter that is brought by Member Abrahams. Procedurally, a report prescribed what transpired during the meeting. Whatever resolution or observations and responses, it should be the responses that were provided by the department or deliberations or questions that were posed by the members. I think any additional information after the fact would be procedurally incorrect when we try to put that information during the adoption of the report. The report should be prescriptive, should also reflect of what has taken place during that day and what is the response from the department, and then what were the questions from the members. So I'm of the view that if there is additional member information that a member has managed to get, it would be unprocedural to come and fix it in this particular report. So the report should be a true reflection of what transpired during that day of the meeting. Secondly, Chair, I want to also try to respond to the issue of recordings. In Parliament, there are 4 venues with the recording facility and infrastructure, namely the Good Hope Chamber, we get M46, we have S12A, we have M514. There is an infrastructure in terms of cameras for members when they speak, and there is a recording a device to record the proceedings. Unfortunately, the fire in Parliament destroyed some of the venues that had recording facilities. As in other venues, when we have our meeting in physical, in person, PMG that is taking that records our meetings, but is not an official recording organization. So what I can do, Chair, maybe take the matter to the management of Parliament to say they can provide the recordings in venues whereby there are no recording facility. Otherwise, when it comes to recording, we need to take cognizance that there should be an infrastructure as well to that effect. So I just wanted to provide that feedback. Even Mr. Frolik will take it back to the management of committee section to address the matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Lindiwe, and please, I mean, it's very, I really appreciate your saying that you will take it to the management, because I must very much confess that I didn't know that the in-person meetings that take place in the committee meetings where we have been told there are no recording facilities, that Parliament does not have any record of those meetings, if that's what I'm understanding. So we do need immediate and urgent intervention to that effect. If you could please do as you are saying, I appreciate you taking that initiative of going to the management section, because it's totally unacceptable that what if there is a legal issue being raised about what happened in that meeting and Parliament itself does not have any record. I appreciate that feedback. It's both eye-opening and quite concerning. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. And on that point, PMG does take minutes, but PMG's minutes are not verbatim minutes. And in cases like this, where I'm now being accused of wanting to change the minutes willy-nilly, which I take serious offense to, is something that then we need the verbatim recordings for. I'm not trying to change the minutes and what transpired in meetings willy-nilly. I've never ever done that, and it's seriously offensive. What I'm trying to do is get what I have deliberated on in the meeting to be reflected under the title, under the section called Deliberations. And I'm glad that the committee secretary cleared up that there will be no writing to anybody, because if you are writing to people, we would need to then write to the Provincial Department of Social Development to obtain clarity as well. So I just want to put that on record, Chairperson, that it's very offensive what the Honourable Minai has just accused me of trying to do. And I would like to then reiterate that we go to the recording of this meeting, which was a virtual meeting, and therefore we should have the recording, where it can be restated that what I said now was exactly what I said in the meeting.
Thank you, Honourable Abrams. I don't think that Yoli had come back and said that what you said in the meeting would not be part of the report, but she will clarify that. I didn't hear that part where it was not going to be in the report. If that's what you said in the meeting, there won't be any need. I'm sure the Honourable appreciates that. If that's what you said in the meeting, that's what you said in the meeting. Nobody will write to nobody. But let me get clarity and guidance from the Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Sorry, can you repeat, Chair? I was trying to write to get the audio. What is your question,
No,
Chair?
your hand is up.
Oh, sorry, it's a legacy hand, Chair. It's a legacy hand.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Yoli, can I come straight back to you? Please, will you clarify this issue? It doesn't sound like a difficult issue for me to just reflect what was discussed in the meeting. Please go ahead.
Yes, I did, Chair. I did respond to it. And
Okay.
yeah, I agree with you, it's not. I did say, Chair, that yes, I can admit, maybe I should put it clear. I'm in agreement with Honourable Abrams. That input that she gave, because I remember she did give an input and saying she's giving she did consult with the Western Cape. And then this is what she was given. She did make that input in that meeting. Hence, then I said, I requested her to forward me her notes, which she has done. So her input, I will capture them because she did make an input. Then I said, in terms of what the department said in response, then Honourable Munyai is correct. That's what the department responded. Now, the question of whether the data must come from DSD or must come national and national, that's a separate matter, that can be addressed. Yes. Yes, the dispute there. But in terms of what was deliberated on or raised, and the response is what I'm capturing here, Chair, which I'm going to do that. So I'm going to amend that part on the observation and put her inputs, because she did make those inputs, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's fine. And so, okay, so I hope that the Honourable Munyai can hear that. We are not going to put any new things that are observations or views or ideas. We just stick to what happened in the meeting. We don't go a step out of the meeting in this report as it has been captured. So with that, honourable members, you have heard now what happened in the meeting, and the inputs have been acknowledged, and they are going to be then inserted in the right places where they need to go. And so I just need to ask for the members to please adopt this this report as has been presented, and the inputs have been given, inputs of clarity of what was said, and those will be obviously incorporated into the meeting report, into the report. So I need this committee's adoption of this meeting, please, of this report, please. I need that from the honorable members. We have a full house here, honorable members. Surely someone wants to adopt the report.
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the report.
Okay, thank you. And then I see that Honorable Shaila Peters, she is no longer the iPhone such and such. Over to you, Honorable Peters.
Thank you, Chair. I second the adoption. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Now we have, honorable members, adopted the first term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for the 2025-2026 financial year, which is April to June 2025. I do acknowledge and appreciate that we are running out of the time as outlined in the agenda, but I do believe that these matters need to be fully deliberated on and not make members adopt things that they have not been given an opportunity to deliberate on. So I hope you will just be with me on this one. Now, let us go to the adoption of minutes. The Honorable Ramaila is particularly against this, and so I need to register and record the apology of not having adopted these minutes on time, and I hope the honorable members will appreciate that we've had quite a marathon of meetings where we were not able to deal with this very important aspect of our oversight, which is the adoption of minutes. So we will start with the minutes of the 2nd of September. Please, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay. Am I audible, members?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Chair, this is a meeting that took place at M314. It was a physical meeting. The agenda for that meeting was the briefing by the South African Reserve Bank on the impact of the expiry of SASSA and Post-Bank Master Service Agreement at the end of September 2025. In the same meeting, we received a presentation from Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and Post-Bank on the progress made in the implementation of the sub-variations. Members that were present, Chair, in that meeting, we have Member Mahato, Member Ramaila, Member Mhlongo, Member Nhlong, Member Masango, our chairperson, Member Abrahams, Reverend Kwabaza, Bishop Mtsweni, Member Mare, Member Tafeni, and Member Peters. We received an apology from Member Munyai, and then the minister was in attendance, and departmental officials from the DSD, from South African Reserve Bank, and also from Post-Bank, Chair, and also from the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, Chair. Your support team was here in full house. You've welcomed everyone in attendance. And then we recorded an apology from Mr. Munyai, who was unable to attend the meeting due to prior commitments. And he undertook an oversight visit with another committee, and also from the DM of Social Development and the Deputy Minister of Communications and Minister of Communication. They were not able to attend due to prior commitments, Chair. We adopted the minutes, adopted the agenda, which the mover was Member Mokhato, seconded by Member Abrahams, and there were no minutes scheduled for adoption, Chair. Mr. Tinyiko Ngobeni was an acting DG he was leading the delegation and gave an overview from the department. and also outlined that the department is working closely with Postbank to ensure the necessary legislative and governance support. Chair, and then, sorry, I think it's Member Mahad. Chair, and then we've received a presentation from the South African Reserve Bank, and Tata Masela took the committee through and also explained the 4 variations to Postbank which they failed to respond to. They gave an example and the reasons for failure to commit or to meet the set deadlines on each variation, Chair. And then they also mentioned that the 4th variation was issued on the 29th of August, and then the Postbank will be required to initiate the process to securely generate a new secured key and replace the remaining SASSA gold cards with a new black cards, which is black card number 2. All these variations are extended because SAP does not want to interrupt the payment of social grants. Also, fraud has been contained because the old key is no longer in use. And then the 4th variation has 6 conditions. And then the Postbank has 15 months, which until 15 November, to meet this variation. Chair, the committee engaged and deliberated intensively on the matter, and they also sought clarity on what sponsorship to settlement entails in practical terms, and also among issues that were asked by the department. And they also asked whether there is no breach of the National Payment Act if companies deduct monies before beneficiaries access their grants. This may be viewed as potential loophole in the payment system. Regarding the expiry of beneficiary cards, grant cards, Chair, the committee inquired why it is the responsibility of replacing the card was placed solely on beneficiaries, because some of them, they struggle to get transport to the SASSA offices. Also, Chair, I'll just read articly because these minutes were forwarded to members, I think last week, Chair. Also, Chair, and the member also inquired about the timelines for the switching of black cards, and also expressed a concern that these cards were initially issued at malls, while Postbank does not have offices where beneficiaries can make inquiries, for example, in cases of unlawful deduction. And also the committee sought clarity on whether beneficiaries will also be required to go to malls during the 2nd phase of the black card rollout. Chair, I'll just read the last one, Chair. The committee also further sought clarity on whether it is correct that the black card does not display the name of the beneficiary, because anyone can take and use that card. That was an argument from members. In terms of the sponsorship in settlement, and the SASSA explained that when beneficiaries withdraw funds in the ATM from other banks, which are not settlement banks, Postcard is required to pay those banks. Standard Bank is a settlement bank, would then reimburse their funds. Postbank beneficiaries are compensated by SASSA, ensuring that they are not charged or are charged minimally for transaction. This arrangement differs from other banks, and Postbank does not have a pricing mandate. And also Postbank, like other licensed bank, was permitted to provide services to SASSA grant beneficiaries. Chair, I'll go to Postbank onboarding new clients. And the first variation notice, SAP required that the conditions for onboarding new clients, particularly in the implementation of the new security key. Sorry. Sisipo, you are welcome. Sorry, members. Particularly the implementation of the new security key be addressed urgently to prevent any compromise to beneficiaries. The introduction of the new security key successfully curtailed fraud related to the compromise key. However, fraud unrelated to the security key can still occur. The restriction of onboarding new clients applied only to the first variation notice, Chair. I have a short breath. Chair, it's long minutes. Also, the SAP support to SASSA. They also said SAP does not regulate SASSA. It regulates banks, including Postbank, it was important for Postbank to align its messaging with SASSA to avoid the confusion. It will exercise caution when engaging with SASSA, as it does not interfere in the relationship between SASSA and Postbank. Nonetheless, SAP is ready to support any intervention within regulated environment. After that, responses chair will receive a presentation from the Department of Communications and the presentation and Postbank. And then there's CEO of Postbank, Ms. Mbengashe, took the committee through the presentation from Postbank, and then the Postbank reported the significant progress in stabilizing operations over the past 2 years. Okay, and they also said to meet the third variation, Postbank successfully converted 1.5 million beneficiaries to black cards and are currently using these cards to access their grant funds with no issues since October 2024. And she also said that the black cards remain compliant in use till card expiry date, which is 5 and 7 years expiry dates. Those who still have the gold cards, it remains fully operational across all channels until further notice. Both cards have been working since its distribution, chair. And then we received the remarks from the minister and assuring that, appreciating SAP, continue assurance that SAP, SASSA beneficiaries are safeguarded. And then she also acknowledged the efforts of stakeholders and commended the way those efforts have been directed towards protecting the most vulnerable, chair. And also she raised concern regarding the safety of gold cards still being used in parallel with black cards, and also shared the last draft deadline was not met, resulting in SASSA beneficiaries, particularly old people, having to stand in long queues. Chair, also, as I said, I'm reading article, and also noted it would have been beneficial if the SDF are aware of SAP's support capabilities during the February 2025 crisis. She called on SAP to monitor the rollout of the Black Card 2 over the 1.5 over the 15 million period, Chair. Chair, we move to the deliberations on these two presentations. Chair, the committee emphasized on the Postbank presentation, Chair. Chair, the committee emphasized the need to ensure the protection of beneficiaries and also inquired whether any deductions are being made from their amounts. Also, Chair, they also recognize the fact that public supported Postbank due to its association with SAPO, and also we sought clarity on why SAPO branches were closed, noting that SAPO was more accessible to communities on the ground. We also further requested to be furnished with details on the impact of the termination of the MSA on beneficiaries. Chair, the Postbank provided responses. I'll just read one or two. And then SAPO branches were closed due to delays in cash in transit and the uncertainty of sufficient funds on certain branches, as beneficiaries might choose a different bank. This sometimes led to post offices closing without Postbank's knowledge, resulting in shortage of funds. High levels of robbery, costly SAPO operations, and significant fraud in post office payments were also contributing factors for the closure of SAPO branches. Since the decision to close the SAPO over-the-counter payments and pay bonds, fraud has significantly decreased. SAPO also did not comply with some South African Reserve Bank regulatory requirements. Despite these challenges, Chairperson and Committee, Postbank expressed a willingness to continue working with SAPO. I will read the last one. Postbank indicated that if it loses the MSA, it may have to charge customers as servicing transaction costs incurs expenses. Also, Chair, SASSA gave a response to say that all the clients who bank with other banks also receive free transaction services, not just with Postbank. Postbank clients are charged when they receive their grants via ATMs. SASSA would not comment on any matters related to the MSA, as Postbank had applied for a court interdict. That matter was before the court. Chairperson and members, these are the proceedings of the meeting that took place on the 2nd of September between the committee, SASSA, and the South African Reserve Bank and Post Bank. These minutes are for the committee's consideration and adoption. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lindiwe. Go and take some water, please, and breathe. Thank you so much for that. Honorable members, here are your minutes, the minutes of your meeting with the Reserve Bank, Post Bank, and SASSA. Please, may I have the adoption of the minutes? From any member of this committee. Honorable members, are you still here?
We are here, Chairperson.
Okay. Are you adopting the minutes?
Let's adopt our second.
Oh, is
Thank
Mare's
you,
hand up?
Honorable Makato. Thank you, Chairperson. I adopt the agenda, the minutes, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. And Honorable Mahato said she would second. Is that what you
Yes,
said?
I'm seconding.
Okay. Now we go to the next set of minutes. Lindiwe, because you have sent these minutes to members, you do not have to go through all the sections of the minutes. I think the deliberations are okay for members. They have received these minutes. They have gone through them. We apologize for only adopting them now. Please go through to the set of the 3rd of September, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think what I'll cover, Chair, is just the agenda and the members that were present in that particular meeting. I think that the most critical aspects to ensure that we comply. Chair, it was the 3rd of September. It was a physical meeting that took place at S12A. And then the agenda, it was the committee workshop on the 5-year strategic plan, APP, and the budget for 2025-2026, Chair. In that meeting, we've also adopted and consider the committee program. Members that were present, Chair, we have Member Mahato, Member Ramaila, Member Hlong, our chairperson, Member Masango, Member Abrams, Reverend Kwabaza, we have Bishop Mutsweni, we have Member More, Member Tafeni, and Member Peters. Chair, we also have an apology from Member Munyai, who was in an oversight with another committee. Chair, your staff complement was in attendance. We are all in that strategic plan, Chair. And then we welcome everyone. We also receive an apology from Member Munyai, Chair. And then the program was adopted. And also of the workshop, I think there was an amendment. And also, Chair, we've adopted the second term committee program annually presented, and then the deliberation, Chair, was in the report, a strat plan report, Chair. Also, Chair, in the plan that was presented and adopted by the committee, I think one Friday. Chair, any other business, and then we also raise issues on the Sunday Times when members discussed. Thank you very much. And then we took the resolution to organize an oversight around the thematic clusters, including social security, gender-based violence, and food security, another resolution. And then the committee recommended the establishment of inter-portfolio oversight mechanism and recognize the role of traditional and faith-based structures in community support. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that. Members, here are the minutes of your meeting that we have on the 3rd of September. Please, may I have adoption of these minutes? I have Honorable Ramaila. Over to you, sir. You are muted.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Mahato.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm seconding. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you for seconding the minutes of the 3rd of September, 2025. We now go to the next set, which is the minutes of the 10th of September. Over to you, Lindiwe. It is over to you, Lindiwe.
Sorry, Chair, I'm looking for the 10th. Okay, sorry, members, I'll just quickly download it.
Are you experiencing problems, Lindiwe?
Sorry, members, okay. Chair, it was the 10th of September 2025, Chair. At 9:30, we had our meeting at M314, and then we had 3 agenda items to receive an audit action plans from DSD on the HSA findings and recommendations. The same audit action plans will receive a presentation from SASSA as well as from NTA Chair. Members that were present in that meeting, we have a member Mahato, member Ramaila, we have member Nhlong, we have member Munyai, we have member Masango Chairperson, we have member Abrahams, Reverend Kwabaza, we have member Bishop Mtsweni, we have member Mngandi, which is an alternative member of the MK party. We have member Mare, we have member Tafeni, and then we have member Peter's Chair. And then we have the minister and the Department of Officials Chair. And then you've welcomed everyone, Chair. You've also acknowledged member Mngandi, who joined the committee as an alternative member from the Umkhonto weSizwe Party. Chair, and then apologies were received from myself, Chair, who was on sick leave, and then a member Ms. Kanye joined the meeting later due to traffic congestion that took place that day, and then there were no other apologies, and then we adopted the agenda, and then Mr. Minister made her opening remarks, and then we received a presentation from the DG Unechipale on the action plans of the DSD, and also the action plans from the CEO, Mr. Matlong, for SASSA, as well as the action plans for NTA. I think it's from the acting CEO, Ms. Ramahopa, led the presentation, and Chair, you've deliberated. And also, I'll just read one. We've requested the clarity on the 3 million expenditure that was reported in the media on the trip to attend the United Nations, and then the Women Conference in the New York Department's officials. It also requested a detailed cost breakdown and impact report of the trip, Chair. And also, we also sought clarity on the reasons Ms. Oliphant was the only one suspended. What happened to the official who was serving in the position Ms. Oliphant was acting in, Chair? I'll read another one. It also wanted to know if there were any financial implication as a result of the outstanding findings that were rolled over to the 2024-2025 action plans, Chair. How effective has Google Pricing Index been, and are there other platforms that can be used? Chair, I'll go to SASSA. Just raise one issue. You raise a concern that investigations on the cases of fraud in the Eastern Cape were taking long while suspended officials was earning their salaries. How much over 55 million, i.e. incurred in the Eastern Cape, has been recovered? I'll go to NDA, the committee raised a concern that NDA had reported to the committee in the previous meeting that there were significant improvements in stability with the appointment of the acting CEO, Mr. Buthelezi, but he has since been removed and replaced by Ms. Ramahopa as acting CEO. The minister should provide clarity on the appointment of another acting CEO. Also, the minister should inform the committee about the absence of the chairperson of the board. Chair, I'll go to the last one, Chair. The response from the minister. The minister responded that the department has whistleblowers who report to the media. Whistleblowing is legally permitted in South Africa. She appealed to the MPs to write to the department on any issues that are reported in the media. Also, he was conducting financial and legal processes on the matter of Ms. Oliphant, which will be reported to the committee when it presents its 2024-2025 annual report. Chair. With regard to the capacitation of CDA, the department engaged National Treasury. The Deputy Minister was working with the existing board to finalize the review report. Chairperson, this is a set of minutes on the meeting held on the 10th of September 2025. I forward you to take the fourth. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that set of the 10th of September of minutes. May I please have the adoption of the minutes?
Hello.
I do second.
Honorable Kobaza?
It was Honorable Munyai. I do second.
Oh, no, you need to adopt, sir. We can't second something that has not been adopted.
Oh, sorry. I move for the adoption, please.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Munyai, for adopting the minutes. Can another member please second the adoption by Honorable Munyai?
I second it.
Thank you so much. Lindiwe, can I just mention that you've been duly making sure that you take Mr. Kobaza and putting Reverend Kobaza, but you're not doing the same courtesy to the Bishop Tweni. If you could please do that in your own time, at your own time. Shall we have the minutes of the 17th, please?
Thank you very much. I'll do so.
This is the 17th. Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, I need to double check whether in the of asset, I'm supposed to say Mr. Kabaza and then put reference because we need to identify whether it's a male or
Well, you
female.
have been removing Mr. putting Reverend.
Yeah, yes. I think
I want you to do the same to the Bishop.
Yes. No, I'll just put next
Do
to
what is
I think the title is
procedurally
very
allowed.
important. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll check whether it's procedurally allowed.
Okay.
Members, these are the minutes of the 17th of September 2025. It was a virtual meeting. The agenda was to receive a briefing on the quarterly report of the DST, which is the first term report of financial and non-financials, which is April to June. I think this is the report we have just, these are the minutes of the report we have just adopted, Chair. In the same meeting, we received a presentation from SASSA on the biometric verification process, and also we've considered and adopted the 5-year strategic plan at annual performance, including the budget plan, which was presented by Yoli. And then we also considered and adopted report, Chair. The critical aspect of the minutes is the attendance of members. We have Member Mahato, Member Mr. Munyai, Member Ramaila, Member Nhlong, the Chairperson, Member Masango, Member Prams, Mr. Reverend Kwabaza and Ms. Bishop Tweni, Member Murray and Member Tafeni and Member Peters, Chair. The minister was in attendance and the DG, and then we have officials from SASA and from NTA. Your support team was here in full house, Chair. You welcome everyone. Apologies, Chair, were received, Chair. And also, Chair, Member Munyai was present, and then he moved for adoption of the agenda. And that meeting, Chair, you recused yourself early because you were meant to scheduled to attend the meeting of the chairperson's meeting with the House Chairperson, Mr. Frolic, and then the committee elected Member Munyai to be an acting chairperson, and we considered the minutes, 3 sets of minutes, the 2nd, the 8th, and the 27th in that meeting, Chair. Also, you adopted, the committee also adopted the threat plan and the annual performance plan, Chair. Also, in the same meeting, and then the committee received the presentation on the first term quarterly report, Chair. And then the deliberations were just presented by Yoli in her report. Chair, we also received a presentation from the biometric from SASA on the biometric verification process, and then you deliberated on that presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Lindwe. Honorable members, that is the set of minutes for the 17th of September. If you could please adopt them as a true reflection.
Thank you, Chairperson. I adopt the minutes of that day, of the 17th.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mahato. Can another honorable member second Honorable Mahato?
Chairperson, I second.
Thank you, Honorable Bishop, for seconding the adoption of the minutes of the 17th. Let's go straight to the 8th of October, please, Lindwe. Honorable members, as Lindwe is putting up the minutes, I highly apologize for us still being in this meeting when we had thought that we would be out by 11 o'clock. But I hope you understand and appreciate the need for us to stay on this course. Thank you, Lindwe. Please go ahead.
Chair, the meeting that took place on the 8th was a physical meeting at M314, where we received a briefing from AG on the AG's report on the audit outcomes of the annual report of the DSD and its entities. And then the DSD presented their annual report as well as SASA. Chair, members that were present, we have Member Munyai, Member Nhlong, Member Mogato, Chairperson, Member Abram, your Member Masango, Member Abrams, also Member Kwabaza, Reverend, and Member Mtweni, our Bishop, Member Mare, and Member Peters. No, not Peters. Member Peters was forwarded an apology for that meeting. Chair, the minister was in attendance, which the SASA and DSD, and we have the officials from the HSA. Chair, and we received a presentation, an apology from the DM, and also Member Peters she had a doctor's appointment, and then also Member Ramaila was not in attendance due to flight delays, and then also Member Tafeni, she had a family responsibility, and also Chair, we adopted the agenda, and then we received the remarks from the minister, and then Chair, the department, the HSA presented and the audit outcomes of DSD and its entities for 2024-2025 financial year, Chair. And also after that, Chair, you deliberated, which was in the BRRR report, the deliberations on that presentation. And then we proceeded to receive a presentation from DSD, and also they presented their annual report. I believe that they indicated that they have achieved 81% from total of 45, and the total of 48 indicators. They only fully achieved only 39, and then the other one we partially achieved. And then we deliberated, which was presented by Yoli in the BRRR report. And then we also moved to SASA's presentation. And then in that meeting, the CO was not in attendance. We have an acting CEO, which is a member, Mr. Van Friede, who took the committee through, and then the deliberations on SASA chair was contained in the BRRR report. This is the report for the portfolio committee for its consideration and adoption. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe. My apologies, honorable members, for that call. I didn't realize that my mic was on. May I please have the adoption of the minutes of the 8th of October, please? I have not seen any hand yet. Are members considering whether to adopt the minutes or not?
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams, for the adoption. Shall we have a second to Honorable Abrams?
Yes, Chairperson, I second it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bishop Mtsweni. Thank you for that. The minutes of the 8th of September of October have been adopted accordingly. Now, the last set, which is the 10th of October. Go ahead, Lindiwe.
I think it's the 9th, Chair. Let me check. Okay. Where is the 9th?
What is it? Is it the 10th or the 9th?
The 9th, Chair.
Okay. The members, please ignore the 10th as reflected in our agenda. It is the meeting of the 9th. Sincere apologies.
Chair, thank you very much. This is the last set of minutes. We received a presentation from NTA, also the briefing by the department on the media reports on the 3 million expenditure in New York, suspension and irregular appointments of officials. And then we've considered and adopted the committee program. The members that were present, Member Munyai, Member Hlong, Member Mohati, Member Chairperson, Member Masango, Member Abrams, Member Reverend Kabaza, Mr. Kabaza, the Reverend, and Ms. Mtsweni, our Bishop, Member Mare, Member Ramaila, apologies, a member from Ramaila, Peters and Tafin. Chair and the Minister was in attendance, and also Chair, we have NTA officials, and then we have also the SASA officials. And your full support was in attendance, Chair, your officials, your staff members. We've welcomed everyone, Chair, and then the NTA and also the NTA acting CEO, Chair, and parliamentary officials. Apologies, Chair, was from the Deputy Minister and also Member Peters and Member Ramaila was not in attendance, Chair, and Member Tafeni also were not in attendance. We adopted the agenda, Chair, and then the Minister made opening remarks, and then also, Chair, the deliberations on the NTA after they have presented, which by our acting CEO, Ramahopa, the deliberations were contained in the BRRR, we just adopted, Chair. Also, there was a briefing on the media reports on the 3 million expenditure in New York suspension and irregular appointments, Chair. And also you gave an opportunity to address the circulating. You thank the chairperson. That's what the minister said, that they thank the committee for the opportunity to address the circulating media allegations concerning the DSD and its entities, also stated that these reports contain false and damaging claims aimed at tarnishing her reputation and undermining ongoing efforts to stabilize DSD and its entity, Chair. And also there was explanations given for each issue that the committee was interested to receive. Firstly, the issue of the appointment of the DG was addressed in the report by the minister, and also the report also covered the appointment of staff in the ministry. Namely, I think there was an issue of the chief of staff, Uzanele, and also chair, there was an issue of Illicit. Mabijela also chair was a matter of the interest, committee interest. And also, those are the two things that I mentioned. Also, chair, the issue of the Public Service Commission, the independent to investigate. Also, the suspension were protective, no, not punitive. Chair, there was also an issue of LUMCA that was covered in the report, and also the issue of the special advisor, and also the issue of the CDA chair, and also the issue of Utaban, who was an acting CEO at NDA at that time. And then there was also a commitment to accountability, which also was part of the report, Chair. The members, and after that, we received a presentation from the New York trip, which was here spearheaded by the DDG, or Ms. Mahonga. Also, Chair, the committee deliberated. Chair, we divided the deliberations. There was one for the issue of the New York, and also we have deliberations on issues raised in the report of the minister, Chair. And also I just read one or two, and also with reference to the former chairperson of the DNA, the committee requested clarification from the minister, circumstances surrounding her departure. The committee raised concern about the limited parliamentary oversight in the appointment of NTA board members. It noted that although the minister is responsible for recommending board appointments to the cabinet for approval, Parliament does not have a formal oversight role in the process. Consequently, Parliament does not have a formal oversight role. I'm reading the same thing. I'm tired. Sorry, members. Parliament only becomes aware of issues relating to board members after the appointments have been finalized, Chair. I'll just read out of clean. The committee also expressed a view that it should support the report continue to seek. Sorry, members. To seek information directly from department officials and avoid relying on unverified media narratives to ensure that its oversight work remains fair, credible, and constructive. There were responses given. I'll just go to resolution, Chair, read one or two, which most of them are in progress, Chair. The department must submit a comprehensive report on the trip to New York, including detailed reasons for the participation of each official. Chair, last week I've reminded the DDG to also assist the committee with that comprehensive report, a detailed report on each official. I'm still waiting for that report. I haven't received it, Chair. Also, the second one, an independent legal advice from the Parliament's legal services or another competent body to ensure that the actions and processes followed by the Parliament adhere to the legal and ethical state standards. Chair, in last week's meeting, there was an undertaking that we met, the chairperson met the legal advisor to assist the committee on the legal advice on how to deal with these matters without overreaching and not adhering to the constitution and legal frameworks. Chair, I've made a follow-up with the legal advisor who is busy with the committee's request, and he indicated that last week he was overwhelmed with other issues, but he has promised that that advice will be ready by end of this week, or alternatively the first week, Monday or Tuesday next week. So there is that commitment that the legal advice, he's busy, it's being attended to. Also, Chair, I will just read the last one. the NDA to provide the committee with its performance management policy that was used to pay tokens of appreciation to employees. Chair, that report was distributed to members on the 20th of October, Chair. And also the acting CEO and NDA board should conduct a review of the above mentioned policy to make sure that it is aligned with the regulations of the Public Finance Management Act and other related legal frameworks. This is an oversight that the committee needs to conduct and on a continuous basis, so that when that policy is finalized, maybe they can make a presentation or provide the committee with that reviewed policy. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that. I think that marks the end of that part of the agenda with the minutes of the 9th of October 2025 and the updates that Lindiwe has given thereafter. May I please have the adoption of that set of minutes, please?
Chairperson, I will adopt the minutes.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Honorable Mare. And I see the hand of the Reverend Kobaza.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. After the one has seconded, then I need to say something.
The Honorable Kobaza is not seconding the adoption of the minutes. Can I have the another member seconding the adoption of the minutes as per?
Chairperson, I'm seconding.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you so much. That set of minutes has been adopted. And so all the minutes that we had outstanding have been adopted, duly adopted. I just want to also again make an undertaking to this committee that we will try not to end up with such a lot of sets of minutes that are not adopted in the future. I will then ask the Honorable Reverend Kobaza to say what he wanted to say to us.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was just wanted to correct maybe. When you have said Mr., then you don't have to say Reverend. That's how it is. It's a title. Reverend is a title. So you don't have to write Mr. or Mrs. or what when you write. It's like professor or doctor. Reverend is like that. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for that clarity, Honorable Reverend Kobaza. It shall be corrected as such. The Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is just a request through you, Chair. Can we perhaps get an updated contact list of the minister's ministry so that we know where to send correspondence to, because I'm having difficulty, understanding where I must send correspondence, as well as if we can get an updated contact list of the Director General's support staff in his office, so that one knows who to copy into correspondence to him and so forth, like that, Chairperson. So that's just a request. In light of all the changes, I'm at a loss of who to send things to. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you so much for that. Your request is recorded accordingly, and you will receive the contact list as requested. So, honorable members, now. Yes.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry. Could we have a written correspondent from the department in terms of why were the pay point closed? Maybe it's there. I'm not too sure, but the exact from the department, so that maybe when we're arguing this thing, we quote on something that is relevant and something that has been said by the department itself in terms of what exactly the points that made it to close. Thank you so much.
Okay, Lindiwe, please help us. The honorable member wants to know from the department that exercises oversight over its entities to say in writing why the pay points were closed. I think that is a reasonable request because obviously there is a reason somewhere. If that can be reduced to a written sort of note and provided. Lindiwe, is that as reasonable to you
Yes, Chair.
procedurally as it is to me?
Yes, Chair. I think they need to substantiate.
Okay.
I think they've reported before, I think in their previous meetings, but that request I'll accede it to the department. I'll forward it to the department.
Okay. Awesome. Honorable members, shall we now tackle the last item on the agenda, which is the tabling of an invitation? It's a very, very short item. Invitation to attend the Central Drug Authority 4th Biennial Summit on Substance Use and Illicit Trafficking. Over to you, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's safe to say that I just wanted to inform the members that the committee has been invited to attend this summit, and it is during the session time, Chair, which means that if all members will be in Parliament, members will try to apply and get permission to attend, to take our flight after the sitting, and then we attend the 26th and the 27th, and then Fungile will try to get information as to whether members will be flying from Cape Town or any other province, because it's during session, and we'll submit the application to Mr. Frolic to approve members to attend this summit, because I believe it's a very important issue, and that committee is interested on. And also, Chair, and the chief whip of the not majority party, what is this word that they use?
It's called the largest party.
Largest party, yes, and other chief whip from parties, since there will be sessions during the 2 days, might also grant approval. I just wanted to say there is that invitation before the committee, and then the committee can decide whether they want to attend now that there are sittings in between. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lindiwe, for that. I do believe it's a very important meeting for this portfolio committee, and consideration to attend would be highly appreciated. Honorable Abrams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just a request, maybe it's not ready yet, but when it does become ready, if we can maybe get a draft program for the summit. And the reason I ask that is because the sitting on the 27th of November, that's a 3-line whip sit-in. And yes, it's on hybrid. So, I mean, depending on what's on the agenda for the day of the 27th, or what time that the program even ends, you know, members may be able to join online. But just to note that the 27th is a 3-line whip sit-in. So just a request for the program, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Abrams. You are saying that the sitting is online.
Yes, so it's a hybrid session. So, I mean, there's a possibility that we know we can attend both. But you know, if the program does end, you know, after lunch on the 27th, then it might not be a problem. The only problem then would be is obviously flights back home, because we obviously can't be in a flight during a 3-line whip. So just so for planning purposes, you know, the program would be beneficial. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that request, which I believe is another, you know, a reasonable request for ease of planning. Any other comment on the summit? Are members saying that the support, the committee support can go ahead and apply to the chair of chairs or to the House chair of committees and oversight? I'm getting
I second it, Chair.
There is a seconding from even the iPhone 15 Pro, which I know is the Honorable Peters. So, Lindiwe, members are with those seconding and adopting the trip. You have a permission to go ahead and seek all required permissions and approvals, but members still have the responsibility, obviously, to get approvals from their respective chief whips for that trip. But it is a very, very pertinent summit for this portfolio committee, if I may say so. So members, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your participation and your active inputs into everything that has been prepared, everything that has been presented today. I hereby wish to close this meeting, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Chair.
And thank you to our support for your
Thank you, Chair.
preparation for this meeting, and having presented everything as you have. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. And the meeting.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you so much. And the meeting is duly adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.